Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to video game news. Today is Friday, November 28th, also known as Black Friday for the sales. At some point, I feel like the NAACP or some other African American lobbying organization, political organization, should claim that name, either to change it or claim it as more of a focus around African Americans or people of African descent around the world, I suppose, might be even better. But yeah, so I'm not expecting too many people to actually hop on board, but who knows? That may not be the case. Today already feels weird, even though I've barely woken up myself, in that just doesn't feel like there's a lot of sales as far as Black Friday. And we'll be scrolling down the SteamDB 24-hour current peak player count while I talk and warm up here, and we'll be warming up for about an hour. But yeah, this whole, particularly Amazon, making Black Friday week and other stores just not really competing that much at all. As far as just paying attention to slick deals, like I'm going to the Amazon app every day. They definitely have hooked me into looking at it. I'm going to it multiple times a day to see if there's any lightning deals, and I just am not seeing any really good lightning deals. It's been a long while since there have been any good deals on any of the Amazon Prime Day stuff. If they didn't have the more boring stuff, I probably wouldn't even own Prime, but they've got you with so many secondary things like Prime Video and Prime Photos and plenty of services like Prime Gaming and Audible that I don't use but somebody else might. And so yeah, the subscribe and save is still a decent thing. All these are ideas that if Walmart Plus really competed and offered a cheaper option, I might have moved to that, certainly. But yeah, as far as actual fun things on sale, I'm not really seeing anything. The deals and discounts seem minimal, 20% off, and so maybe they have just figured out that they can't afford to or don't want to lower the price for one reason or another on things, or that it wouldn't really cause that many more people to buy, or they've spread the sales out throughout the entire week, or if not the entire month, if not the entire year. But yeah, they just don't feel like they're desperate for sales. And a big part of that may very well be the case that they can just blame any lack of sales on tariffs and the economy. So they can keep things down. Like, generally speaking, 18%, 20% off on something on Amazon is barely anything off at all. It's probably normal price. I was gonna get smart door handles for my interior, and then I was scrolling through my saved stuff, just cleaning up saved things that I might want to purchase in the future, just seeing what else might be on sale. And I realized that there are some regularly priced door handles that are cheaper than even what the smart door handles I was looking at were worth it. The only deals I've actually seen that are even worth mentioning are Lego, a couple Lego sets, which the last thing I really need to do is be buying more Lego. But and throughout the week, I will say there have been Blu-rays and 4K UHDs that have been on sale. Probably some DVDs too, but it would be kind of crazy to pick up DVDs for anything except for the rarest of mediums, as far as it just doesn't have a Blu-ray and isn't likely to have a Blu-ray. So yeah, there's been a couple of dumb movies I've gotten, which is certainly probably blowing the budget too, particularly since I'm not hugely likely to have free time to watch them and would need to get my theater room set up and configured, which yeah, slowly I'm thinking about doing that. But yeah, it really hasn't been much of a case of dealing with sales yet, which is a bit of a disappointment because I have like $600-700 worth of stuff in my cart that I am thinking about buying, but a lot of it is not really discounted at all, and it's more just a case of I'm thinking about buying it because I need it, like another pair of glasses, a air cushion for my recliner, so I'm not in pain while streaming all of these things. I really should just order that, even though it's at full price. But yeah, very little else, like boring stuff, and that's kind of what you would want for Black Friday more than anything. Is you would want let's open this Yu-Gi-Oh pack. They're doing another event. You would want the boring stuff to be the stuff that's on sale, so you can grab the boring stuff instead of potentially wasting money on the fun stuff. Well, the fun stuff is fun. The boring stuff should be gotten first. Yeah. And one of the problems I will say about subscribe and save is, and buying things on Amazon in general, is you end up just getting everything in bulk. So even if I do get a good deal for, I think I got a good deal for like 4 or 5 professional spray bottles for cleaning or gardening. Chances of me ever needing more than 2 spray bottles in my entirety of the rest of my life is very low. So I end up like giving things, or I bought trash bags and it comes in like bulks of 4, so like that's more than a year's supply of trash bags for me, and so I could just hand 1 roll of the 4 rolls to someone else. As far as Thanksgiving goes, I'll get into what I spent most of my time with on Thanksgiving, but I did slightly predict that somebody was going to swing by. Somebody swing by and gave me food from a Thanksgiving meal. It was interesting. I think Thanksgiving is always an interesting meal when someone else is cooking it, because you just get to see how people spice things in different families, or don't spice things, or flavor things. This food was your traditional turkey, ham, some kind of what looked like a squash casserole. I couldn't really even identify it. It almost felt like it was a ratatouille if you would only use squashes. But then it also kind of felt like it was somewhat stringy, almost like it was some kind of noodle thing. And it had some kind of weird, almost mustard-like flavor to it. So maybe it had a little bit of mustard powder or something in it, or some really fancy mustard in it. Definitely not your traditional Heinz style mustard in the yellow bottle flavor. Cornbread rolls, standard cranberry jelly stuff, and yeah, it was all very weirdly spiced in that it had almost something like saffron or something. I can't really even identify what it was, but it had an interesting spice to it. But weirdly, not any butter. So it almost felt like it was intentionally cooked to be healthy, which makes some sense. Like, it really felt like you could have just been slathering on the butter. There wasn't even butter on the roll. So, but I mean, this was just leftovers brought to me. But yeah, I wouldn't say it was bad. I wouldn't eat it. Thanksgiving is also weird because you're eating food that most people would never eat on a day-to-day basis. Like, the only time I had any high intake on turkey was when I was in school, and I would eat like turkey sandwiches every day for school lunch and just bring my lunches, which even when I was in school was an antiquated thought. Let's go down the wish list here. But yeah, I had bought for myself, figuring I wasn't going to really do anything on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving's a ton of hassle and work too. It's kind of the worst holiday you could possibly create. If you were going to just sit down and create a holiday that people would feel obligated to actually do, but secretly try to make it as awful as possible, Thanksgiving is probably the worst holiday you could possibly create, short of maybe that Seinfeld holiday, Festivus, which obviously is a joke holiday. It has weirdly become a real holiday for a few people. But yeah, to just have random people get together and have a meal when you don't normally do that, or have any special expectations or extra requirements for a meal if you do normally have meals with people, which nowadays is fairly antiquated too. I was thinking, yeah, making a diners club. Like if I was in like a college or something and I was going to form a new club, a diners club might be a great way to pretend to backdoor into having more dates, is to just say, here's a group, we're in a club, we go out and eat together, and then sometimes it's just like double dating secretly between people. Well, yeah, you really wouldn't have to do that as much in college. You'd probably make a diners club in like high school if you could make clubs, and then double date, triple date, how many ever people go out as groups and eventually pair off. But yeah, from what I hear, kids do that very rarely these days. Kids are dating very rarely these days. But yeah, and the food around Thanksgiving is oddly traditional, and it is just always oddly food. Apparently the vice president railed against people actually liking to eat turkey, which, yeah, I can almost agree with the sentiment that most Americans probably don't like turkey. We have been trained, as far as our palates, to enjoy a blander white meat style chicken versus a free range dark meat style turkey, and the way turkeys are cooked are so infrequent. It's so infrequent the way turkeys are cooked that they are just almost never cooked well. So yeah, even the turkey slices that I got are very bland in the meat, and there's almost something refreshing on that when you're having turkey sandwiches, which, yeah, I'm going to be eating turkey sandwiches for the next couple days. But yeah, the meat itself is very bland. Although I ordered the wrong thing, and the outside is like black pepper rubbed, and so it's got a spicy kick to it. It's not jalapeno, but it's almost as spicy as a jalapeno, I would say. Whenever you get to particularly a heavily spiced edge of the meat. So yeah, I would never have expected that my mouth would be burning after eating a turkey sandwich. But yeah, I had plenty of stuff I was going to cook and just was too busy to actually cook. Let's go through this day in gaming. I'm too busy, too tired to actually cook. Like, I have a pumpkin swirl cake that I got pre-made from a bakery, from a grocery store section bakery, and I have stuffing I was gonna make. I was gonna potentially glaze carrots and honey, and that was gonna be a bit of an experiment too, but it's kind of silly to glaze carrots when there is nothing else left to eat with them. So I probably won't do that. I'll make the stuffing, and a lot of this is like stuffing and gravy from a year ago, so it's either close to expired or expired food, which I'm, yeah, part of my cleaning and decluttering is getting rid of food that I had potentially ambition to eat and then never got around to eating, because my diet tends to be pretty boring and repetitive and only slightly changes over a broad number of years as far as my palate goes. Yeah. But yeah, if you were going to make Thanksgiving great, then you would probably evolve what foods are cooked and how well they're cooked. Thanksgiving might be a great day to have a reservation and go out and eat somewhere at a restaurant, but it would almost have to be a very fancy restaurant that isn't going to serve the exact same thing it serves every day, not a restaurant that's going to create a Thanksgiving meal specifically for that one day and still not really have any great expertise on cooking it. Which, yeah. Don't have anything else to say about Thanksgiving, really. Part of the reason, I guess, also why Thanksgiving is probably one of the worst holidays ever is because it's got the word Thanksgiving in it, and being thankful, and the concept, and the obliged thankfulness. It's so forced, so totalitarian, for lack of a different word. Yeah. If you're thankful, you should be thankful every day. If you're not thankful, you shouldn't be forced to act like you're thankful every day. On a specific day. And in particular, if you're getting together and meeting people and you've got anything other than thankfulness, if you have real problems that you'd like to discuss, you're actively pushed not to bring them up on Thanksgiving, and yet many people can't stop that, and then they're the ones that ruin Thanksgiving because they need to bring up an issue, or they are just crazy and ranting about politics, which is how that usually means out to being, and there's, I'm sure, a lot of overlap between the two. Also just being forced to be with people you wouldn't choose to be with in a lot of cases. And that's not just kids are being forced to do holidays, Thanksgiving holidays. Yeah, Thanksgiving is almost the opposite of Christmas, where Christmas is very much about the kids and kids getting what they want and trying to have a good time for them. Thanksgiving is about family and friends, and mostly family, and forcing kids to deal with family that they may not really interact with or may not want to be with, and acting thankful when they haven't even really received anything lately. It would make more sense for Thanksgiving to be the day after Christmas, and that's already, I think, Boxing Day, but yeah, that would make a lot more sense to say, hey, I'm thankful for this gift, I'm thankful for this gift. You just got it as a young kid. They can see that, they know that, they can be happy about it. But yeah, when is the time before Thanksgiving that a kid is given anything that would be thankful for? And yes, they're given stuff all the time as far as food and clothing and care and hopefully love, but kids don't tend to see that because they're used to that, hopefully. Yeah, before the holiday, before Thanksgiving is October, Halloween. So, thankful for candy and Halloween, but wouldn't be very memorable either. So I've been dancing around what I did do around Thanksgiving. It's been a bit of a nightmare. I ended the last couple streams very ambitious to just redo everything on my Firefox setup as far as opening up news stories and injecting JavaScript into pages to do all kinds of things, mostly to eliminate the number of extensions being installed and used on pages down to just using one extension, Violent Monkey, to run scripts and inject JavaScript. I started to work on that process, and then halfway through I realized that at some point my ad blocking filter on my router had been just completely deleted. What I did was, when I was working on fixing Borg backup, I think I uninstalled everything accidentally that would be installed by the package manager that installs Borg backup. It's called intware. The program command is opkg, open package or o package, whatever. And so yeah, I at some point uninstalled it and lost all the configuration, which is a problem because I didn't have any backups for the configuration for AdGuard Home, which is what I was using to run all of my DNS encryption setup and the adult filtering for most users, safe search enabling settings, and several other things. There aren't really a ton of settings, but they're technical enough, and it is very much you have to know the answer to type in unless you can pick the answer from a pull down, ad blocking and malicious content and tracking. And without that stuff enabled, basically every website on the internet these days turns into a nightmare hellscape of ads and tracking. The internet has been effectively ruined for anyone who doesn't have that level of help enabled. And the default answer, the easiest answer, is just to go into your regular router and install a DNS server that would filter out everything. But that gives you less control as far as either you're going to have like adult content blocked on all websites for every device, or you're going to have it not enabled for anything. But by default, yeah, you should probably have a DNS server selected that is blocking spam and malware and things like that. So I spent most of Thanksgiving lying in bed trying to see if there was a way to recover the file. There is a way to recover files from Linux using a program called PhotoRec is what it's called. It's poorly named because it recovers more than photos, but you can't install PhotoRec on a Linux router, and I didn't want to unplug the hard drive that was plugged into it, which, by the way, the hard drive is dying, so that's another thing I'm going to have to buy on Black Friday. It's almost no discount at all. It's just a new hard drive because this one I've had for probably 5 years, running backups on it. It's close enough to being dead that I don't want to trust it. Better to replace it. Now, it's having mounting issues. But yeah, the system of photo recovery doesn't work on a Linux router because you can't install that program. So there's another way to recover things, which is to manually dump all of the things that are deleted but not really overwritten yet from a hard drive. And since I was just looking for a text file, that's something I tried a couple times, and it got me close enough to see the basic settings. But in the end, I didn't even really use the basic settings too much. I started over from scratch. And yeah, that's what I spent most of the day doing. I did manage to play, I think, 1 or 2 games of Balatro, make 1 episode, I think, at least. I probably jumped into Pokemon TCG Pocket, and I did the dailies for Memento Mori. I may have even missed a day from Magica Modica. But yeah, it's kind of boring to go into the details too much. I spent perhaps a couple hours thinking that there would have been a way to have half of the AdGuard home settings saved in a GitHub file online, and then I could update the file remotely and it would just download it. I was misreading the phrase file there. If it had said URL, that would have been a hint that that would have worked, but it's a file, so it's just a local file. Now that will set me up for future improvement, which I think I will do, in that I'm going to try to make a project here using a program called rclone, which I can install on my router, to clone the settings on my router to my Google Drive, which, yeah, that way there's a remote backup for those settings so they're not lost, and then there would be potentially a case where I could change it on Google Drive as far as the settings, and it might sync back. If it did, then multiple routers could be set up, and which, yeah, that might be interesting to say the least if it worked that way. Although having multiple routers all set up the same way only really works for some things. For AdGuard Home, having the exact same settings makes a lot of sense, but for like a WireGuard VPN, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to have the exact same settings on a router, because then any router that isn't the original router would just not be getting the information. They'd be almost rollover backup routers, which you could do that, I guess. But yeah, some settings synchronized make sense. A lot of settings don't. That's probably an understatement in technology. So yeah, that is my next step as far as trying to optimize things, is that I would synchronize and back up the AdGuard home settings, at least, if not all my router settings, so none is lost, to Google Drive. No such luck as far as pushing that to GitHub. I could probably manually push things to GitHub, but there's a problem even in that if you have a GitHub repository and it's private, you can't really access things remotely. There is a program that would let you do that. Again, it can't be installed on a Linux router, which is a thing you would end up saying a lot. There's very little space and power in home routers, so the fact that most things cannot be run. Plus, it's not an AMD 64 CPU most of the time either. Is not really surprising that it's a hassle. It's frankly amazing I can do as much as I can considering how limited the setups are. But yeah, I will probably not. I was trying to put more of my settings on the GitHub setup, although it really doesn't matter. If you're putting things on GitHub, then you're putting things in the hands of Microsoft, which they have integrated Copilot into GitHub, which sucks. You can put it in another Git repository, I suppose, and get away from Microsoft and not use GitHub. If you put things in Google Drive, you're putting it in the hands of Google. Neither one of the companies should really be trusted. But yeah, I started this whole ramble and warm up talking about how I ended the last couple of streams talking about how I was going to change the appearance and adjust everything and reduce the number of plugins I have installed. And because I spent all of Thanksgiving mostly productive, it's not particularly fun to spend like 12 hours plus focusing on one thing, but I really needed to do it because yeah, things don't work if your internet's not set up right. But yeah, that slowed me down and stopped me from making any further progress in adding the Violent Monkey scripts to pages. That being said, I was making some decent progress there. I was also bouncing around in a very ADHD fashion on upgrading my end command that runs with Vorta, which is my backup software, to send the logs in an email. And I am fairly close to being done there. I've got it working, just I'm trying to adjust the formatting. The way you send a text email is weird, and either you send it as HTML, which is more work than it's probably worth, or you send it without any colons, which logs love to use colons. I'm up to 121 hours in Belartro, but still at 13 out of 31 achievements, and that's definitely because Belartro's challenges kind of suck. They don't unlock anything by beating them, plus you can't unlock anything new by beating them, so they really want you to play the main game, but then that kind of sucks too because there isn't really that much variety in the main game. It's not Belartro, it's stupid to say Belartro sucks, it's a great game, but the experience is too consistent compared to Binding of Isaac Rebirth, where you get a lot of variety from game to game. The thing that I guess you would change immediately without having to think any further about it would be that you would have the first Joker handed to you at random at the beginning of every run, and then you would have some higher difficulty later on that you unlocked where you start with no Jokers at all. So am I missing one achievement here? Well, that sucks. For all the time I put in the time clickers, what is the one achievement that I'm missing? It's probably some super high level thing. Let's see. Defeat Fate Wave 4000 boss. Only 4.2% of players have accomplished that. That might be something worth letting it run automatically to see if I could actually get that far. Idle clickers, if you could have it run on your phone and just do the updates, would be nice, but I don't think they ever had any kind of synced progress if they even did come out with a phone version. So yeah, I am in the middle ground here as far as adjusting the visuals using Tamper Monkey and getting rid of both the JavaScript and CSS injection plugin. I'm also going to, I realized it makes more sense, convert uBlock Origin's cosmetic filters to work in just Violent Monkey. Also, I may find that I don't even need uBlock Origin at all, or that it can be something that is just disabled by default on all sites, because if my router is blocking most of the ads anyways, then that may be good enough. So that is a thought. So yeah, I've been saying there's no good Black Fridays, but then I also casually said I have like $700 in my shopping cart right now. Yeah. A big part of that is just like basically spending $100 for a hard drive and an external hard drive case, which is what I want to go with instead of that. I saw somebody post a thing about the new Halo game remastered. What is it called? Combat Evolved. That he saw it and got some footage of it early on in early development, and it's apparently currently in a very broken, buggy state, visually speaking and audio wise. Which, yeah, you have to be extremely careful about if you let footage be recorded, if you let footage be taken, if who you're letting in to see a game, if you're trying to actually promote it. It's definitely felt like if they were showing off the game there for review purposes and not for debugging purposes, it should be in a much better state. And if they were showing it off for debugging purposes, they should have been on NDAs and paid as debuggers. Those are two very different reasons why you might show off a game. Steam Deck LCD is still on sale. It would be interesting if something changed by Cyber Monday. It still is very much the case where I think this is the sale to skip in favor of the winter sale happening on the 18th, or starting on the 18th. The Call of Duty Black Ops is down to mostly negative. Yeah. So yeah, there's a thing certainly to all of that. There's definitely an argument to not buying anything right now on Steam. Of course, yeah. No refurbs on the Steam Deck. And I guess in general I have less to say overall because I've just been doing the same thing. I'm still cleaning and decoloring every now and then. I'm setting up, I found out that the sewer part of my water bill is based on the average of water usage, not for the first 3 months of the year, but for the December, January, and February months that are coming up. So I basically have a couple of days left to use water as I want it to, do all the laundry and do all the dishes, and I just happen to have a pile of plastic forks, paper plates, plastic cups, and a ton of baby wipes. And so the plan here is not to use zero water, which they'd probably throw a fit and not count one of the months if it was zero usage on the water, but severely reduce the amount of water, which might be, for me, as little as just reducing it down to 1 unit. Now, that would be more electricity, wouldn't it? Like 1 kilowatt a month, or anyways, yeah, I'm probably still going to be using about 100 gallons a day, just in flushing toilets, which I'm not going crazy here. I'm not putting a commode out in the backyard or using a dry toilet, and using gray water was a thought, but I'm just not going to have it set up in time. And frankly, it would have been a huge hassle to fill up a toilet tank with gray water to flush toilets that way. I also have a ton of extra, well, it's distilled water, but it'll be good enough for washing hands and brushing teeth with. And when I shave, I'm going to fill up a spare cup and rinse out the razor in the cup full of water instead of having water run. So yeah, still gonna have water, flush the toilet, still gonna use the bidet, so water usage will be there, but I'm gonna try to reduce the amount of hand washing, which I do a ton of that per day using baby wipes instead, until they're all used up. Reduce the amount of dishwashing by using up all the cups and plates instead, and reduce the amount of bathing / showering as much as possible, just by doing it even less than I normally do, which is gonna be an achievement in itself. There's no real savings there either as far as that. Like, if you want to get clean, you're going to use water from a city, or unless you're on well water, and then any of the soapy, dirty water going down the drain is not even really a good candidate to be gray water, to be added to something else. Like, you kill plants with soapy water more than you're likely to save them. I think. I really don't know. But yeah, I'm going to be doing this journey as if I was living on the International Space Station, just having as limited amount of water as possible to use up stuff and get rid of stuff, in the hopes that it significantly reduces my water bill for the next year, which you probably won't even, because I would imagine a significant amount of that is just at a floor, and that there is a minimum amount of fees that the city wants to charge you, and so they're going to charge you. Yeah, that's part of what I've been doing too, as far as organizing things. It's almost a annual tradition at this point, because I believe last year I also had some network issue that I was ambitiously changing something on the network and it broke. So yeah, might have something to do with them pushing up dates, which surprisingly Vorda, the graphical user interface for Borg backup, has put out a new update, and I frankly don't see very many updates from them. They say the last update was 2 months ago, but I don't really see a lot of updates. Part of that is because the version of Orda I have running on my Windows PC is incredibly old and unable to update because it's running on a Linux for Windows virtual machine or compatibility layer of Debian, and Debian Linux is always behind the times. So like the version of Orda on my Windows computer is probably 0.7, I would bet, and I think they're at 0.14, although maybe it's not 0 point at all. That would make it sound a lot more beta than it is. Orda is a pretty finished product. 1.7 or 1.14 makes a lot more sense. But yeah, that's still a fairly significant difference. See, was there anything else to warm up about? Otherwise, I think we're going to have a shorter warm-up section, which is good because there's definitely more work to do today. I still want to keep a little bit of an eye on the sales, see if they just get more desperate on the sales, but I suspect they really aren't. Yeah. With the Prime Day made up holidays, which, let's face it, even Black Friday was a made up holiday for commercialism, the balancing of sales seems to have been achieved where they're probably making enough money without actually giving discounts to people. Yeah. But also I want to play Belotro. I want to back up my settings so I don't run into this exact same problem next year. And I want to continue to clean and declutter. I even did a little bit of organizing my Legos, and I mean a tiny amount of progress there. I put a small container's worth of Legos from one end of a room to another, which is not really the full goal. The full goal is to move it from one room to a completely different room, but that's as far as I got. Yeah. And so I guess that's going to bring us to Video Games Chronicle articles here. Sorry, I'm going quiet. Yeah, I'm still not really that awake. There's again weirdness in how the macro ran. This is part of a big part on why I'm trying to get away from using UI Vision completely. I don't think I can get away from using it to schedule YouTube videos, but if I could get away from it from opening up any of the video game news, that would be half of the reason I use it eliminated. Which, who knows, there might be a way to get it to even schedule YouTube videos if I could figure that out, which would be a much bigger process of manipulating the website. That would be very intriguing indeed, but it would be a masterpiece, frankly, if I could figure out how to inject JavaScript into the YouTube Studios page and have it automatically schedule videos instead of using UI Vision to do the same. Although, frankly, in the case of YouTube Studio, it really should just be a thing that you could do anyways. That you could do automatically. But yeah, because my macro ran weirdly, we are again going to be, I think, jumping all around through the news, we have that issue, and then we may find that things are somewhat broken. So we have here Beyond Worlds is a roguelike. Beyond Words is a roguelike word game by a new studio formed by the creators of GoldenEye and Time Splitter, which this is a sad statement on how things go, is that you go from building a really big expensive couple of games, make a new developer company, and then don't have the budget or money to make anything big. Yeah, it is definitely disconnected. Now this does look intriguing in that it obviously is Bellatro with Scrabble, which is different in that at least it is way more strategies than poker or roulette would do it. What's interesting also that because this is Scrabble, you get what looks like a directionality based gameplay, in that you have to go in certain directions to get certain bonuses. And unlike Bellatro, you're also keeping the previously played letters. Of course, you also run into the issue where the you run into the issue where the people who form a new development company say it's from some of the creators, and usually they say the creators of these previous games, GoldenEye and Time Splitters. They seriously doubt that Steve Ellis and David Doak, I assume that's how you pronounce his last name, were the only people that made GoldenEye and Time Splitters. I imagine there was a lot more people involved. This does look intriguing, and as far as Bellatro games, if I was going to play another Bellatro game, this is a higher one for me to consider. As far as I think I could do that. It's easy enough for me to play word games if all you have to do is know the word exists and be able to brute force words if you don't know if they exist or not. It would be much harder if I had to limit myself to knowing the definitions of words, and I think that would be true for most people playing Scrabble. I believe notoriously there's a story of someone entering either it was French or German Scrabble tournament, and not even speaking that language. All they did is just memorize all the words in a French dictionary and play them. Which in reality is what most Scrabble players do anyways. Sorry there, noisy ice as I'm drinking water here. So yeah, that's got me intrigued. I also made a bit of progress, and this is on a lower level priority. I've found a way to close and hide all of these pop-ups, and so that'll be another thing that I add to the Violent Monkey block. And so that's the one reason to maybe keep uBlock Origin, is that it might, in many cases, although not really in this case, let you do a picker. Well, that doesn't even want to load. Might let you do a picker of items to find what the item is very quickly. But you really don't need to do that, because without even using uBlock Origin, you can just right click and inspect on an element, and then that'll pop up another window, and from that other window, if I just go into it, and let's see, I'll have to use my keyboard, which is over there, so let's see. I mean, all it's really doing is adding a CSS of how long has my microphone been muted? How long has the video been paused? Okay, well, something weird is going on here. I've just looked over on my screen and the video has been paused and my microphone was muted because the video was paused. It says that we've been recording for 56 minutes and it says I've been streaming for 58 minutes, so it's probably been just a couple of minutes. So what I probably did, if I was to guess, is while I was just showing on the stream the setup system to hiding these pop-ups here, I must have typed something in that somehow sent a hotkey to OBS to pause the video. I don't know what that would be. Maybe the exclamation point? That would be kind of crazy if just hitting the exclamation point paused a stream. Or maybe it wasn't so much that. Maybe I accidentally clicked on OBS and hit the spacebar and paused the video. But yeah. Let's just move forward, assuming that you actually heard me explain what I was doing there, and I'll just say, yeah, once again, as a project, as part of the project, moving over everything to using Violent Monkey scripts, and in general making for a better system to move over my computer to whatever. I want to say Batocera Linux, but yeah, that project just staggered in the mud, certainly as far as building a new computer. I'm just not getting around to it at all. And at a certain level, I guess with extended Windows support, I'm not in as much pressure to do that, but there really is no good reason to not move forward on that. Part of the reason why I probably didn't have backups for my router, I may have had one on my hard drive in my current computer if I hadn't taken the hard drive out of my current computer. Which, yeah, I guess there might be a thought there. Instead of buying a new hard drive, just using one of the old ones in my computer. Nah, I don't see a reason to it. If I'm going to make a backup hard drive on my router, it might as well just be a new hard drive. Although I am going to be buying one that I bought probably at twice the price a few years ago, so we have a matched set of the same sizes. So I'm going to be buying like an 8 terabyte hard drive. I have a 5 terabyte hard drive right now that, once properly backed up, might have some more use for it, but also might be better to just leave it unplugged somewhere as a backup to a backup. Moving on, as far as video game news, let's actually start and try to focus on that. I'm getting distracted. A trademark for Control Resonant appears to have been filed by Remedy. Something new could be coming in the Control universe. Could be getting announced soon. I am noticing here that the sizing on this is bigger, wider than I think I'd want it to be. Inherently, I guess I should leave that alone and make that phase 2 on this project. And if this text had just been a little bit smaller, then that's the wrong plugin. Yeah, I'm trying to click that one. Yeah. There's half of the stuff is being implemented and half of the stuff isn't. Okay. So yeah. I need to do more work on this. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I knew I was halfway through the process on this. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they'd be making a new Control game. The hope, I would say, is that the new Control game doesn't just feel as boring as the old Control game was. Like, I really wish that was a more varied experience for Control. It would have been a much greater game if it was, but the gameplay mechanic really failed me. And the story narrative was fine. Could have used a little bit of polish, but it definitely was, I think, even in the development of Control 1, a desire to try and make a gameplay mechanic that would lead into what FBC Firebreak was, which notably that has proven to be a dud, as no one is talking about or playing FBC Firebreak. And I think that is perhaps a reoccurring problem, because that's the same problem I really had with the the previous Remedy game before Control, which I can't even, Alan Wake, yeah. The squeezed in shooting of Alan Wake just felt like it was in the way and wasn't that fun. And it was a pretty unfun game mechanic most people agreed upon, as far as having to shine flashlights on monsters before you can damage them. But yeah. Sorry, here as I'm pouring water from one jug to another. But yeah, I need to use up these reusable cups and wash them if I'm not going to use them for 3 months. But yeah, this is a crazy experiment. I will fully admit that I can only do because I had like way too much stuff. One of the things I've also realized is that water, when it sits out, always has tasted weird to me, and I looked up why, and it's pretty obvious, is that there's stuff in the air, there's mold in the air and germs in the air, and so if you leave water out for 12 hours, it starts to grow in that perfect environment for things to grow. But also, if you, say, take a sip out of water, which I almost always do when I am walking down the hall, then you are putting your germs of your mouth into the water to grow. So it's not just germs in there. So theoretically, I would suspect if you poured a glass of water, 2 glasses more than likely, it would be the reason you're doing this, into a cup, and then put a plastic lid on it or plastic wrap over the top of it, and came back 12 hours later, it probably would taste fine, as long as you didn't drink out of it. But yeah, most people don't do that. I would have drunk all the extra distilled water I have, but you can't drink distilled water. It'll make you sick. It's not for consumption. It's used for CPAPs and disinfecting things. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely would want more variety of enemies. Like, you did have a few of those SCP characters show up here and there in Control, but the Hiss was a fairly boring character overall, and yeah, they are going to have to break with the idea of what SCPs are, in that they need to really tell a story, and that story needs to really mean something and matter. Right, moving on to the next story. Let's see. Well, Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horai says he saw one major difference between his game and Final Fantasy. Horai also named his favorite game in the Final Fantasy series. Yeah. In Japan in particular, Dragon Quest is hugely popular, way more popular than Final Fantasy, and there's a pretty obvious difference in the styles of games that are being played and made there. In that Final Fantasy, with the exception of maybe the first 6 games, are now very much edgelord, teenager, late teenager games. They are not welcoming for younger kids, or not looking like they're designed for younger kids, whereas Dragon Quest is always bright and colorful and looks like it's for younger kids at least, or at least very welcoming for that. Dragon Quest has slimes, basically making slimes a thing in fantasy, where slimes or gelatinous cubes were just one of many random creatures. And the way slimes are animated in Dragon Quest, I think, is probably fairly unique from the way slime creatures and gelatinous cubes would have been animated before then. Where Final Fantasy has chocobos. Final Fantasy, weirdly, not so much fantasy in that there's often a lot of sci-fi and modern elements, where I think Dragon Quest is definitely way more fantasy. Dragon Quest, I assume, has dragons in it. Very little dragons in the Final Fantasy series, although some. So yeah, there's lots of differences there. It's a shame that Dragon Quest didn't come to the West earlier and become more popular, because if it had, I think Final Fantasy would have never succeeded, which probably would have been good, because Square Enix has really just been a terrible curator of and maintainer of the Final Fantasy series and all their game series. Yeah. So, yeah. Let's see what he says is the key difference. The main difference between Dragon Quest games and Final Fantasy games was the protagonist in Final Fantasy games spoke to each other, whereas Dragon Quest and the other player controls a silent protagonist. Interesting. And see, that might be something, an idea or thought that was established in the early couple of Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy games. I think there's definitely lots of differences there. Having a silent protagonist definitely does let you inject yourself into a game and relate to the game a lot more, whereas I don't think as many people playing the protagonist in Final Fantasy think of the protagonist as being a self-insert character. And so Final Fantasy tends to have groups of people. And so, yeah, I can say, having not played any Final Fantasy game in a very long time, I think I played Final Fantasy 1 or 3 for about an hour, that I know way more of the characters and by name and appearance compared to Dragon Quest. Having played none of Dragon Quest, I couldn't tell you for a second who any of these characters are. So, yeah, there's probably a little bit more story of drama and narrative and story in Final Fantasy over Dragon Quest, in my mind, but that's probably wrong. There's probably plenty of story and drama in Dragon Quest. So I would assume that guy in green is your self-insert protagonist character. Yeah. And yeah, just look at the bright and colorfulness that you see here for this Dragon Quest game. And this is a more modern Dragon Quest game, I suspect, thus the weirdly big forehead, big head, chibi style characters, although I wouldn't even really call this chibi as much as we're approaching round Funko Pop proportions. Yeah. I don't think I recognize Dragon Quest as having a lot of ocean elements. And that's the reimagined version of Dragon Quest VII. I imagine the original Dragon Quest VII was pixel art. Yeah. If I was to guess. Yeah. And it is interesting, I suppose, to see how they're at least trying something with the old Dragon Quest games to present them in a different fashion and do something. I don't know if it's really worth the effort compared to just doing what looks like AI upscaling at most with the Final Fantasy first couple of games, which seems to be about as much as Square Enix is willing to attempt. It does certainly speak to perhaps a lack of audience ambition or funding, that they aren't trying to do full-on modern hyper-realistic graphics in the remakes of the original games, but I don't know if that would really help it in anything. You'd almost have to make a reboot in that you squeeze the events of several games together and reduced several games down to their just core mechanics, which might make some sense if you took Final Fantasy 1 through 7, or Final Fantasy 1 through 6. I'm not sure any of those stories have anything to do with any of each other, or have any effect to each other. So if you squeezed the narratives and the importance of parts of that down quite a bit and put it into one protagonist going through one story, that would be basically telling a completely different story at that point. Or you could have them jumping around in one game, 6 games in one, effectively. But yeah. Or you make a new Final Fantasy game and you take the elements from the previous Final Fantasy games that are important and add them. That's kind of what Kingdom Hearts tried to do. Is that if you think about what Kingdom Hearts really is, it takes many Disney movies, squeezes them down into smaller sections of one really long RPG game. Yeah. Which perhaps also speaks to the level of lack of value that Disney movies and old content overall has. So it is just severely devalued. And in the original days, you could have a Aladdin video game sell very well for the NES, Super NES, Sega Genesis, and Kingdom Hearts speaks certainly to you need all the Disney movies instead of just one Disney movie. Moving on, the Digimon Story Time Stranger producer says he hopes it shows players the difference between Digimon and Pokemon. Comparisons are understandable and even expected, says Ryosuke Hara. Which, yeah, I think you can probably know that there's a pretty big difference between Digimon and Pokemon. This is perhaps a great picture to implement that if you pay attention in that. Just start on the edges here. You've got a darker themed modern city, which a lot of Pokemons don't have, like skyscraper style big city locations, and then you have a more fantasy themed lighter world. You have characters' faces being cut off here. Some of the characters are robotic. Some of the characters look a little demon-like. Then you have the more traditional anime style of depicting people as far as faces and appearance. You have a Digimon that looks like a human and have more human values. I would say Digimon tend also in their original baby forms, for lack of a better term, they have like egg forms below this, but they tend to have pretty big eyes and cute, round, soft faces. But then you get into the center here, and major differences in that this guy seems to be holding a gun and is in what looks more like a bad guy outfit than a good guy outfit, as far as goggles on the head and matching uniform with this girl. And then these look like fairly mature, more adult characters, and you can certainly see that in some elements, and it is doing the anime. The clothing is glued on to you style on the lady here, so what's the difference between her being naked and having the clothing glued on? It's very little, and long gloves. And noticeably you're seeing even a little bit of leg. It's not an upskirt shot or anything. The belt. This is just not as made for Western kids as Pokemon was. Pokemon, even being made by a Japanese company, was designed to be incredibly inoffensive to the West. Nintendo had pretty much decided, and as that's what Nintendo was doing, to make sure it was acceptable in the West. And even, let's face it, Pokemon probably is somewhat acceptable even in some of the more open, like Middle East countries even. Like, there are, I imagine, still a few countries, and I know there were at least a couple that banned Pokemon when it first came out, but I bet kids these days all around the world, even some of the most restrictive countries, are still interested and capable of seeing some kind of Pokemon in some kind of censored form, at least. Yeah, I know there's one country that, at least, that censors out any appearance of women altogether. But yeah, as far as the evolved forms of Digimon, you can see that they're much bigger, and they get weirder in their mix and match. It's kind of Final Fantasy-like in their anime belts and their size and their more warlike mentality, which I'd almost want to look into. Why is it that Digimon are always evolving to battle, it seems, more than anything else? And that is just their default way of life. Although inherently Pokemon are also forced to battle, or sometimes on their own choose to battle, even when that's just doesn't feel like it's as necessary. Particularly in the case of Digimon, as they are just digital creatures in a digital world. It's like they are hard programmed to fight each other. They don't have to actually eat. You can make the argument that food is scarce in the Pokemon world, or was scarce at one time, and thus Pokemon evolved to fight each other, to eat each other. But yeah, we've never seen a Pokemon actually eat another Pokemon. Or maybe once that happened, but yeah. And very uniquely, Pokemon definitely don't have any kind of bipedal humanistic appearance, where Angel Woman over here definitely looks very much like a woman. Human woman. I think that is a human woman there. And I think this is actually part of the Digimon world here. There's a lot more emphasis in going to the Digimon world and going back and forth between the real world and the digital world in Digimon, where there is none of that in Pokemon. Yeah, again, Angel Woolmon here is more lewd than you'd ever see in a Pokemon game. It is actually a very interesting comparison to say Angel Woolmon has been around for probably a decade plus, maybe even 2 decades in Digimon. She was like first generation introduced character, and probably in modern times they wouldn't have made Angel Woolmon. And in modern times it probably would have lost them some fans because of it. But yeah, it is funny to say that she's been out for a decade, maybe 2, in Digimon, and that would have been the thing that would have set little kids' hearts aflutter, probably little boys' hearts aflutter. Whereas just recently, in the past couple of years, the only Pokemon that's come out that they've really found some kind of love or been able to really turn into a object of desire is a Pokemon that still very much looks like a Pokemon character and has some feminine aspects to it, but is not really in any way a humanoid looking creature. And before that Pokemon, the joke was always that it was Ditto transforming into a human. It was the most object of desire Pokemon you could think of. Yeah. They definitely were trying to keep Pokemon as simple / asexual as possible in their Pokemon designs until recently. By now, most original generation Pokemon fans would be in their 30s or 40s, so yeah. You have to, I guess, move with the times. Again, all my macros are in the wrong order, so we'll move over to some Gamatsu articles and then we'll be jumping back and moving around in circles between all the stories. Layers of Fear, the final Masterpiece Edition, launches December 19th. Let's see if anything is happening here. Yeah, we didn't move any of the CSS over from Gamatsu yet. I played the first Layers of Fear game. Didn't find it particularly fun. I found it long and repetitive, and I got one ending, which was probably a bad ending. It just felt like it was a walking simulator, maybe a little bit more like a yeah, I just didn't really grasp it like it. I think I did play the DLC Inheritance there, and I thought that might be a little bit better. But it definitely didn't feel like you would want to play Layers of Fear once. Layers of Fear 1 multiple times. Yeah, look at these suggestions here. 10 most offensive JRPGs ever made. If you play this, you're on a list. The movie bloopers that were better than the script. Yeah, definitely sexist selling. This is some kind of sci-fi comedy skit with an alien. Yeah, the suggestions I get are crazy, to say the least. And I assume that's true for most people watching YouTube, and YouTube in general is crazy, and what people watch on YouTube is in general pretty crazy. Let's see. Shueisha Games has announced a casual non-verbal social deduction action game called Viva No Bots for PC, which I think might very well be a crazy type of game. So it looks like the gimmick here is you're inside these robots, and then what, you pop out and then expose yourself to shoot somebody else. The question here in that short trailer would be, why not just shoot all the bots in particular? And what makes that actually fun? I mean, seems like it's just adding a layer of something that's not particularly that fun to what otherwise would be running around and just shooting your friends, which is a very basic gameplay mechanic. And again, we're going all over the place. So, Gaming on Linux says Side Effects is a disturbing pill-popping roulette game out now. But yeah, we are certainly seeing these roulette games as a thing also become more of a meme. Let's see. Auto open Steam links. Really shouldn't need that code there, so I think I can just delete that one. Yeah, with the Violent Monkey script of auto open Steam links, which is not even enabled at the moment, it will just automatically open all Steam links for any website that is not already store.steampowered.com is the actual URL for Steam. But it'll just automatically open it, and that might cause some problems on some sites, in particular on sites that are dynamically updating. And it might cause some problems on something like Twitter, where Steam links might just be broad bound. Then I'll just add exclusions in those cases. Moving on, Gametsu says a psychological adventure game reimagining Sublustrum has been announced for console and PC. The question is, what's the reimagining here? Is this a game that has existed before? Yeah, I don't recognize what this is. This trailer, as a voiceover, implies it might be inspired by Bioshock. Yeah. You have a brother invoking you to come and see something. But yeah, he says he did some kind of experiment and he's no longer in the world. Burn every record and destroy the devices, with the exception of this capsule. So it almost feels like a Myst game in that you're going to go to these different worlds and then you have to You have to probably find a way back from each of the worlds. So yeah, if this is a game that has existed before, I don't recognize it. I definitely do not recognize it. Does this have a Steam page? Because I don't see any Steam pages opened. Apparently it was a classic psychological adventure that came out in 2008. It was known as Outcry outside of Russia and Poland. Okay. Don't even recognize Outcry as a thing. I had to re-inject my old code just to get the checkboxes to show back up, and that is a thing certainly that will I want to address too. And don't even have any game developer, and then we're already 2 old new games on Steam because everything's out of order. So I will say it again kind of quickly, that if I swipe this way, I'm leaving the tab open to make a YouTube short. If I'm interested in the game, I'll put it on the follow list. If it's a VR game and I'm interested in it, I'll check this. And if I swipe this way, I will be closing the tab because I don't think it's worth making a YouTube short on it. Does look like this is some kind of VR thing, but I want to kind of investigate that further. Manners be damned. Looks interesting enough. Yeah. Again, I haven't fixed the CSS here to move this up. Really got stopped over the past yesterday. I was planning on making a lot of progress. I guess that gives me the entire week to work on a lot of this and just hopefully be in a better position. And the big hope is that this will all be more robust and this will work a lot better, which I'm not 100% sure it will be as any more robust or work any better. There definitely is a case where I need to improve the code for some of my scripts so it isn't just looking for everything on every page on pages that are going to constantly update. But then who knows, I might also need to just address and exclude some things. We're getting to the follow list cleanup way earlier than we really should. Let's clean up this quickly. It's not going to be helpful. And the way I'm doing the follow list cleanup right now is not proven to be particularly helpful. It is nice to only really look at games that have as they've been updated, but it doesn't help when the updates of new releases versus new updates is all mixed together. It would be very much more helpful if this news feed, which nobody looks at, isn't, as far as I know, not even an easy way to link to it from the front page, let alone it actually being highlighted on the front page. Definitely needs some filtering in it. If I could just see new updates, or if in the news feed they also gave some kind of markers of achievements, that might be helpful. Like developer achievements would be a great thing. For instance, if you got the achievement for being rated mostly positive, if you won a Steam Game of the Year award or were nominated for a Steam Game of the Year award, if those were things that would be automatically announced, if you had over a certain number of players, over 100,000 players, and you got an award for that, if you had a certain number of reviews, that would be helpful too. Yeah. If there was any kind of metrics that they highlighted, but also Steam would probably want to not present a lot of those metrics. I do have some good news that I can say as we click on these, in that I started taking 2 new vitamins, one for improving eyesight and one for improving circulation, both of which might be my problem as far as my quickly failing eyesight. And in the first 24 hours I started to have probably a placebo effect, but it's, even if you know it's a placebo effect, it still works as a placebo effect. Started feeling better, my eyes stopped hurting as much, and so I am definitely going to continue with that, and hopefully that will turn into something that helps my eyesight. I would love to be able to take off these far-sighted glasses and have my eyes be able to adjust back to reading the text at the scale it is right now. But over there on the right, I can say it says 1v1 Tactical Auto Battler game, but it is fuzzier than it has been a year ago to see it that way. I also would say I feel like my eyesight is fighting each other, trying to find a balance of probably some kind of astigmatism, as when I'm closing one eye, one is not really better than the other, but they definitely feel like they might be drifting apart in the overlap, which this could all be in my brain more than the eye itself, although where does the eye end and the brain start is a good question to ask. In that maybe the real problem here is my brain is just not mixing the images together and overlapping the images together well enough. Part of it too is I'm looking at a monitor that is actually at far too far of an angle above me. It's never really been a problem before, but like I have a monitor which is a TV that's 8 feet away, that's directly in front of me at a 0 degree angle, and that's showing Yu-Gi-Oh right now, so I can read there's no response from the game server there without any problem, and that doesn't feel too fuzzy. Like there might be a little bit of fuzzy at most, whereas this is at about a 45 degree angle. So there's a possibility there that that would be adjusted. Of course, I could solve this really easily by just continuing to clear out my room and move a new table and move my chair so that there is a monitor much closer to my face. Yeah, it really wouldn't be too much of a problem if all I needed to do is wear glasses when driving, uh, or trying to do something else that required far-sighted issues, and then nearsighted this work was still good as far as not needing any assistance there, which that is another thing I've dropped the ball on. Looking at this game, and I guess I don't need to be too picky here, and I'll just put that on the wish list. Yeah, I'm not really expecting that I'm going to buy any games on this winter sale. This one, in contrast, has been out for about a month and only has 14 reviews, so it's not anywhere. This part needs to really be improved as far as the pop-up, although I love the look of the pop-up. I need to really tighten how often it pops up. We're going to see it a lot, and in particular it's going to be for just things that are violent or that have AI in it. I had a lot of ambition, and still do, to improve that quite a bit so that it's not just putting up a pop-up just because of AI content. Instead, I want it to put just the letters AI somewhere here in the middle. Probably AI content, just so I know, and maybe we'll make it big red letters, although I don't know if there's a big red letter contrast that would even catch your attention, since everything on the Steam pages are either white or blue in the text. Yeah. There's red would be the default color to use, but you might want something that's cyan. Instead, or one of those secondary colors. Maybe yellow instead. I think cyan would be the two secondary colors that would contrast to red, but cyan would still have blue. Yellow would be, well, what would red and green be? I guess yellow, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, I have a lot to do, and we are not at the end of the show by any means. Yeah, we have an extension, Mozilla extension. What is this? I don't know what that was, so I'll just close that. That seemed like nothing. Yeah, certainly I'm a mess. Everything's a mess. Yeah, as I'm getting close to the end of this year, I'm definitely feeling like I've spent a year struggling to try to accomplish things, and actually accomplishing a lot, but not accomplishing anything near what a normal human should accomplish, and still feeling like I'm a pretty big failure on that aspect as far as all this goes, as far as cleaning and decluttering. And if I had the heart for it, I really should have a year ago just cleaned out entire rooms of my house by throwing everything out, just like saying F it, you know. Now a lot of people are like that. They just like skip town and leave everything, or throw everything out and start all over again. They don't have things they care about, and they know they don't have things they care about, and so it's pretty easy to do things like that. But yeah, not for me. I have too much of that hoarder mentality, even though I don't really think I'm a hoarder. It's just not willing to let go yet. Moving on back to video games, so now we're going to start cycling things, and I guess right now might be a good time to take a break too. So we'll say Grasshopper Direct 5-minute feat featuring Romeo is a Dead Man is set for December 4th. But yeah, that first trailer for Romeo is a Dead Man definitely looked weird. And I'm going to take a brief bathroom break, check the Black Friday sales, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. But yeah, there's notifications. Don't care about that. Moved everything around as far as missions and daily missions. Apparently, I didn't even get a dual live reward there. Weird. They not put one out because of Thanksgiving, Black Friday. That is an interesting point to bring up as far as what is the proper way to handle your game that has daily quests when there is a major holiday. And Thanksgiving, at least in the United States, is a major holiday. It's not much of a holiday in the rest of the world because they don't celebrate it, and there are a few other countries that celebrate Thanksgivings of their own on different days. But yeah, there's two ways I can figure you should probably do it, particularly in the case of like Memento Mori and their daily quests there. One, you could give no rewards and just encourage people not to play your game on that day. Or two, you can give bonus rewards that are minimal but still nice. Or three, you can just maintain the course and do nothing else, I guess. I imagine maintaining the course is the default easiest one. On the other hand, bonus rewards is nice, but then probably not as nice as the people who are going to miss it. So I'd probably say no to bonus rewards too. So yeah, I think minimal bonus rewards, stay the course type stuff. If, for instance, in Memento Mori, they give you a reward if you log in every day of the month, in this case, you would probably want to reduce that to say you get a reward if you log in every day of the month -1, or 2, or 3 even. And yeah, maybe that would be the better way to handle it in particular. One of the things that Pokemon TCG Pocket is doing is for not so much for Thanksgiving, and actually has nothing to do with Thanksgiving, but for their 1-year anniversary, they are giving, it seems, all players 1 pack of every single expansion that happened in the first year, the Series A packs, which is kind of nefarious because as a game that is trying to encourage people to own 1 copy of every single Pokemon card, if not also every variant of those Pokemon cards that are way harder to find, the special frame, special border, special art variants, it locks people who may have come into the game a year late or a little bit late into feeling like they've gone from, oh, I don't have to worry about those old expansions, to no, now I have to really struggle to catch up, which is pretty nefarious and is definitely designed to push people to actually pay for packs. And I don't know why you really would do that. Like, I'm over 7,500 cards in Pokemon TCG Pocket, paying it from day one. I've never put a dime in it, never put a penny into it, never would put any money into it. It's not really a game. It's not really encouraging you to play the Pokemon variant that it's playing, which is a shorter variant than the traditional Pokemon card game. If I did play them, I might get slightly more rewards, but not enough to put the time into it. The solo player stuff can be automated to play itself, so it turns that into an idle game aspect. And so, yeah, I may jump into TCG Pocket for just a couple of minutes a day and let it play itself if I'm not doing anything else, but not actually engage with it at all. Which, if it didn't have Pokemon behind it, would definitely be the death knell of a game like this, and that if it was just some other random open a pack a day mobile game, that would not be enough of a reason to go back and play it. Moving on with the news, the Build Your Own Capcom All-Stars bundle and Save with Fanatical bundle is here. Let's see. You can build your own bundle, which might work for me, although it's questionable because I don't know which of these games, if any, I don't own. And if everything worked correctly, you should see each of these individual games opened right after this. This was a Gaming on Linux article. So yeah, Marvel Capcom vs. Infinite is mixed reviewed. So it's not something I think I would particularly care about having. Devil May Cry Special Edition, Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition is already in my account. Capcom Arcade Stadium is already in my account, even though it's mixed. Capcom Fighting Collection 2 is not in my account, so that might have been a category. Onimusha Warlords. It's been a long time since I've heard this game's name, Onimusha. There used to be one that was talked about quite a bit. Yeah. Ghost Trick Detective. It's already in my account. So this is just going to be one of those great examples where the bundle doesn't make sense. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard is already in my account. And I think all of the DLC, except for the soundtrack, is in my account. Yeah. Soundtracks probably deserve their own section, but it is nice to see how keeping the soundtrack separate probably keeps the price down a little bit, or at least they can claim it keeps the price down a little bit. Plus, I think the soundtrack itself might be region locked. I wouldn't be surprised if soundtracks are not available in the same regions that the rest of the game is available. Resident Evil Village, I don't own. I could grab it certainly and try and catch up. The Devil May Cry HD collection, I don't own. So yeah, I could go into that Fanatical bundle, own this one, even though it's mixed. Resident Evil 3, I don't own. I have too many Resident Evil games. Certainly I need to start playing one per month. In fairness, I guess at this rate, it wouldn't be impossible for me to play a Resident Evil game every Halloween, every October, and just make that the new goal. Mega Man Zero ZX Legacy Collection, I don't own. Interesting. Yeah, the kid I gave a Steam Deck to, I think he's playing the older Mega Man collection I do own. Resident Evil 2. Obviously, you'd want to get Resident Evil 2 before you got Resident Evil 3. I don't own 2? Interesting. Yeah. There's an argument to playing just like Resident Evil 1 remake, even though the remake for Resident Evil 1 is not even in the same style as 2 and 3 on the same engine. Then playing 2, then playing 3, and playing at least 2 games in a row. Ace Attorney, already own. Ace Chronicles, already own. This is one of those visual novel games that is good enough, I think, that I could still cover it and has enough gameplay. Yeah, I have no idea why GameDeveloper.com is the way it is here. We have the front page of GameDeveloper.com open, which visually looks like a mess because I don't ever actually go to the front page, and so it doesn't matter that I didn't adjust the visuals there correctly. Strike Void looks like a fairly polished Vampire Survivors type game. So I'll put it on the follow list. Then Video Games Chronicle has the same article. Grasshopper Direct presentation takes place next week, featuring Romeo's Dead as a Dead Man. Yep. It's interesting that Grasshopper, as a developer of a game, is trying to feel like they're big enough to do their own individual directs, but I guess all companies now of all sizes now are open to doing their own directs. Let's see. KDE Plasma is going all in on Wayland and will drop the X11 session completely. This is from Gaming on Linux. It was only a matter of time, but it's nearly upon us. KDE Plasma with version 6.8 will be entirely dropping the X11 session to go full Wayland. You would think maybe they would go all the way and wait till 7.0, or they would call the next version 7.0, but I guess what they're saying here is that they are going to go into full-on polish mode for a 7.0 version of KDE that is Wayland exclusive. Although yeah, quote here is, for a lot of users it won't make much of a difference. According to the blog post announcements, the vast majority of our users are already using the Wayland session. With this change, it says it opens new opportunities for features, optimizations, and speed of development. Developing for and maintaining the Plasma desktop across two different protocols can't be easy. With this move for support, all X11 applications will be, quote, fully entrusted to X-Wayland, end quote, which I guess is a compatibility layer. Yeah. Current Plasma X11 session will still be supported into early 2027. No exact timing yet. If you really need X11, they suggest sticking to the long-term support distribution that ships older Plasmas. Sticking to a long-term support distribution of some Linux. It ships with an older version of Plasma. So, when your desktop run abandons X11, that means all future distributions of an operating system that use that desktop will also have to abandon X11. Which this is an easy thing for KDE to do compared to, say, Ubuntu or Debian to do, because the distributions, the different builds of Linux, are going to be integrating and adding a lot more programs than what the desktop environment itself integrates, which is not really too many programs to begin with. And a lot of their programs are closer to widgets than they are proper programs. So KDE would be the one to make that announcement. Moving on, we have a GameDeveloper.com article. Splash Damage has begun studio-wide consultation ahead of layoffs. The UK studio has warned that all roles are at risk of being made redundant. I think this is something that is legally required in the UK, and I don't think it really effectively changes the number of people that get laid off. It's just work that the companies are forced to go through before they can find justifications to lay people off. It's still probably a better system than the at-will employment nonsense that happens in the United States, or most of the states in the United States. But yeah, anytime you hear about layoffs, it's very much a thing where it feels like there's got to be a better way. Yeah, this is an interesting logo for splash damage, in particular since it implies they worked on some kind of Batman game or Joker game and some kind of Gears of War game, but I don't know what it is. Is this the new Gears of War game that's in development and they're doing layoffs? Yeah. I wish we could get back to a thing where companies were actually embarrassed by doing layoffs instead of just emboldened and happy to announce layoffs. Let's see. Maybe we have to go a little bit old school and just say every CEO that has a layoff gets 1 lash for every layoff. So you lay off 40 people, that's 40 lashes. Then all of a sudden they might have a little bit more literal skin in the game. Yeah, that would be weird, certainly, if that's how it went. But yeah, hurt them in their pocketbooks maybe first before we hurt them physically, but if all else fails, maybe a legally justified violence would be the answer there. Maybe we don't get to the point of actual lashings, but yeah, if it were a case that CEOs' compensation packages were completely reduced based on layoffs for, say, the next, let's say, 30 years, then that might change something. Like, CEOs cannot get anything above a certain tier of compensation to begin with, and then they lose, let's say, $100,000 in any kind of payment, salary, or compensation, down to 0 for every layoff they have, which that would be effectively balancing it out. That when all is said and done, if you're laying someone off in the UK, you probably are reducing the amount you're paying for things like healthcare, and well, in the UK you don't pay for healthcare. In the United States you would be paying for healthcare at a discounted rate if you're an employer. Maybe you'd be paying for healthcare. But yeah, $100,000 salary for a layoff doesn't sound too crazy for an annual thing. So if every year for 10, 20, 30 years you are brought down in what a CEO can be paid, or what management or shareholders can be paid in general, then there'd be less profit in it to lay someone off. Because inherently that's the problem, is it's become way more profitable to lay people off than it has been to just maintain these employees. Remember, laying people off has nothing to do with the quality of the work, so you have to just assume that the workers are good and that they're doing good work. It just has to do with them claiming to not have money. And for a lot of companies, if you really are in financial straits, then the CEO's compensation being reduced by $100,000 wouldn't change anything, because they wouldn't be compensated in the first place. It would only really hurt the bigger and medium-sized companies that are doing layoffs to pay out shareholders. And so yeah, if shareholders also were not able to get dividends because of layoffs, or the dividends are reduced because of layoffs, then there would be a balancing factor there. Of course, once again, I'm getting into an economics rant that will never be implemented as long as the people with the money are making the laws, or influence the people who are making the laws. Let's see. Moving on. This is the Komatsu article. I think we probably had already seen this one, so I don't know why we're seeing it again. The Embracer Group divests in Arc Games and Cryptic Studios, which at least divesting and spinning it off as a company is a little bit better than laying off the entire company, although the difference may not really be too different. And the way they're divesting here is that they're selling off basically empty companies that don't own the IP to the games that they would have developed before, and they probably have some kind of licensing and branding thing where if they were to re-release the games, Embracer Group was to re-release games that were originally created by Cryptic or Arctic Games, they could probably still use their logo and claim it was made by them, because it was, or something similar to that. Although Embracer Group might very well not use their logo or credit them if they were to re-release the game. Definitely probably wouldn't credit them if they remastered the game. Which I feel like that was what they were planning on doing. In particular, as far as the Embracer Group. It would have made a lot of sense for them to acquire a bunch of companies and tell them all to start making remasters of their old games and re-releasing them, but they didn't get very far with that if that was the plan. Let's see, what's with this one? Yeah. If I turn this on and then reload the page, this looks exactly the same. So it's just weirdly shaped. I can zoom out this way, and that seems to be what I really want. Is that inherently I'm doing all these changes, and then I'm going to do all of the changes again to go to vertical streaming when vertical streaming ever becomes a thing for real on my YouTube channel. I haven't seen anyone else do vertical streaming, so I feel like they keep talking about it and not really implementing it. And there definitely have been features that YouTube has talked about for months and months and months, and then the features either get forgotten completely even by me or rolled out way later than you would think. Let's see. Sectori is an absolute one of the best modern twin-stick shooter games. Okay. Then we are accepting cookies and showing, I guess. Guess something weird happened there. Oh, we needed new cookies. Oh, more than likely that is because I changed all my router settings. Come to think of it. Yeah. I don't know if I could ever really play too fast-paced of a twin-stick shooter. That does tend to be a little too demanding for me. Oh, I said I was going to look at the sales during the break there. I did. Still pretty bad. I do think there is $30 Xbox controllers. Are you at the point right now, though, that you really need another Xbox Core controller when potentially Xbox consoles are going to become a thing of the past? And even if you're going to play it on a PC, wouldn't it be a little bit wiser to wait and see what the price of the Steam controller is? Which, yes, I would love to see the Steam controller, which we haven't really discussed. People aren't really discussing the price on that. But yeah, I would love to see that be closer to $50 and we start to see the prices of controllers go down, because yeah, we've been seeing them creep up and up. Yeah, I don't think the Steam controller is particularly an accessible controller. That's something that it'd be nice too if they made an accessibility controller for Steam in particular. I don't know how you would really do that with the touchpads and the layout. Unfortunately, I suspect the Steam controller is going to be at a premium price though, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's an $80 to $100 device. It would be a mistake, in my opinion, if it was above $100. But they're going to make an argument, and they can make an argument, that the Steam controller has the newer technology analog sticks that are less prone to stick drift, or might be completely immune to stick drift. We'll have to just wait and see. And that one technology alone justifies the higher price. I believe also the Steam controller is more built in with vibration feedback, so there is a potential higher level of performance for like a high definition force feedback on the vibrators. And then I don't know if the Steam controller has any kind of like force feedback on the triggers, which that might be something that is worth looking up. It'd be nice if it had that. I still feel like there's room for a new revolution as far as controllers go, though. It definitely feels like there's room for improvement on that. Oh, I was also talking about an idea for like building Lego for the blind, and I looked it up, and there are a couple things that do exist for blind people who would want to do Lego, but I don't think they're particularly good. One, the first thing you get is a website that will translate the pictorial instructions of Legos into text. The problem is it looks like it's being done by a automated process, probably some kind of AI, to describe the pictures, and it turns the instructions into far too few sentences, and it describes things as like a gray base plate when there's no way someone blind could know whether a base plate is gray or not. It does not describe what items are in specific bags, or how you would even know which bags it was. It's an interesting challenge, frankly. I would encourage someone to do. Get a big set. Now, with a smaller set, you're only going to get one bag, so that you won't run into this problem. But you get even a medium-sized set, and it's going to have a bag that has a number 1 on it, number 2, number 3 in Lego sets. And they said they were moving to paper in those sets and away from plastic for recyclability reasons. And with that, you would have 3 plastic bags, and you would, if you were blind, have no idea which one was 1, 2, or 3. All you could do is greeble / sort out and organize all the pieces of the bags, and then try and figure out through context clues of text instructions which bag is which would be very hard based on the instructions given to you, and the instructions are given in text, so then you would need a text-to-speech program separately to convert it to something someone blind could hear. I guess you could use a text-to-braille printer too, if you wanted to, or text-braille monitor. So yeah, it definitely isn't a case where you could do Legos blind on your own. You'd still need someone who's sighted helping you based on that. And all Lego has done is that they have a set that has the Braille letters on the tops of it. So it's kind of an overpriced Lego set that might be good for educational reasons, that you could spell things out quickly in Braille. Although the size of the Legos actually makes the Braille be larger than it normally would be printed on any sign or anything like that. Of course, the joke about Braille signs is, if there's a sign somewhere that says "this way to the fire exit," how do they know that the sign is there? Are they just running their hand along every single part of a wall trying to find the sign. Yeah. But yeah, the accommodation for blind people is pretty terrible. We're more than likely going to have technology significantly improve people's lives by just having a camera on a pair of sunglasses describe everything that you're seeing in a certain direction with AI, not just identifying things. Which does lead to the idea of something I should patent, where making a different type of interlocking bricks like Lego that have some kind of impression marks to indicate what color they are would be fairly helpful. You could probably feel the size and shape of bricks, so maybe it wouldn't really be necessary to do anything there. Yeah, it feels like some kind of barcode like system that was raised would probably be what you would have to do, where if it was red it would have like 1 bar, and if it was blue it would have 2 bars, and the system there would probably be that the instructions would say the number 1 colors have 1 bar on it. You probably would never want to have just a number 1, because if the number 1 raised part got worn down or broke off, then it would become a 0. You could still probably guess on that. Then there's a whole thing you'd have to do about rewriting instructions. You could definitely make a whole charity around taking Lego sets and adjusting them. And that's really what you would want to do, is you'd want to figure out a way to adjust existing sets. And I don't know how you would do that without maybe a really precise CNC machine, because you couldn't laser cut it. You like to laser cut the plastic, but you would just melt the plastic and release toxic fumes. Maybe there's a way you could put a sticker on it, and that would help. Yeah, that might be the best way to do it. If you could make stickers and make them small enough, and then have entire batches of Legos with the stickers added to them, and then peel the stickers off when done. Yeah. That would mean all the Legos would have to probably be pre-sorted to begin with. Yeah, it could be done. It could definitely be done, though. Of course, that has nothing to do with video games. My mind is wandering again, and I've gotten really bad about all this. Again, I probably should patent the idea. Well, I don't know how well it would go. Let's see. Here we have GameDeveloper.com talking about Embracer divesting Arc Games and Cryptic Studios. I don't know why we're hitting the same story twice. I guess maybe it's just because it's become my situation where I'm staying up till like 6 in the morning, and then I'm running the news at 6 in the morning, and then going to sleep and streaming in the afternoon after sleeping. Let's see. Cyberpunk. This is from Video Games Chronicle. Cyberpunk 2077 has now sold 35 million copies, hitting the milestone faster than Witcher 3 did. Yeah. It is a shame how both The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk, though, feel like they have lost their relevancy, as they're just that old. So if there's a Cyberpunk, what would it even be called, 2088? I don't know if that audience is going to be that hyped to come back to it. They probably will, but I just don't know how hyped they really will be to it. This looks like a fine enough racer to give it a chance. Lonely Mountains Snow Riders for PS5 launches December 3rd, priced at $24.99. S&Box from Rust developer Face Punch is now open source. This is from Gaming on Linux. S&Box. It's a modern game engine built on Valve's Source 2 and the latest .NET. And now it's open source. Quite a big surprise, and it's using a proper permissive license to MIT. There's some of the licenses that used to be used that I think aren't in fashion anymore. They had some kind of problems with it. I think the Apache license in particular was one that ran into major controversies. Yeah. And I still always feel awkward when I put something up on GitHub and I'm not really caring too much about the license when I first do anything, and I should be caring about the license more, as some random person may commit to code and may want to know about the license more than irritate me because they're using the wrong license or the right license. Or irritate them because I'm using the wrong license. They're saying it's a spiritual successor to Gary's Mod, this game creation platform build of the Source 2 engine. Now I want to stop here and say I do not recommend anybody developing the Source engine, including Valve. The Source 2 engine or Source 3 engine, they do it because they have a buttload of money and free time and nobody's really holding their feet to the fire. But there has not really been any second party or third party developer that has done anything with the Source engine in years. And Valve themselves have only made updates to their existing games like Counter-Strike 2 and I guess Half-Life Alyx. But yeah, it is definitely the time in the past year or so to think about using either the Godot engine or take the safer route and use the Unreal engine, or take the less safer route and use the Unity engine. And in the case of Source engine games, where it's a lot of physics and the focus is on physics, you probably would want to go with the Unreal engine if you can't make it in the Godot engine. That is all that each version of the Half-Life games was focused around, and the core was having a gravity gun and having the physics around calculating a gravity gun for Half-Life. And then Portal obviously was about having a Portal game and working around the craziness of having a Portal game. And yeah, it is definitely a physics engine first type experience. I'm going to put this on the follow list to see what people say, but typically for software, which a lot of these softwares are not really sold as software. Yeah. And here to say the game contains user-generated content which may contain AI-generated content. We didn't AI-generate anything. So their AI disclosures feel like as an input box is now getting filled in more often. You can't help but feel like Valve is actively forcing games to fill out something in the box. Even if they didn't actually use AI, which would devalue the point of the box even existing. But yeah, and there has been slight conversations around people trying, game developers and publishers and storefronts pushing against the idea of AI disclosures, which is just asinine arguments, really, that you're making an argument that the consumer should not be informed about something. Yeah. We literally have water mentioned in every single food product that is available for purchase in the United States. There's not a single food product that couldn't have water in it, and yet it gets mentioned, in part because the ingredients are listed in the order of how frequent it is. So if the first thing at the bottom of the other ingredient section says water, then you know it's mostly water. If the last thing says water, then you know it barely has any water in it at all. Unfortunately, the other ingredients are not required to list any real percentages, and there's a whole bunch of ways in which they're allowed to lie about what the ingredients are, or be incredibly inconsistent as to what is actually in the product compared to what you say is in it. Let's see. Moving on, we have a GameDeveloper.com article. News Tower is designed to nourish your inner history freak. This indie studio Sparrow Knight reflects on the development of its debut title. Okay, well that's a new game. I don't think I have seen, and we didn't see a Steam link open there. GameDeveloper.com. It's kind of bad. Also about not doing that. Actually, let's just open that page up and see if there actually is a link. I see one link hidden. So we'll open that and see where it goes. It took me to what looks like an ad to Mashable. Yeah. So that one is just on the fault of GameDeveloper.com not having a Steam link. Although possibly there is no Steam link yet. That doesn't look interesting enough. Video Games Chronicle December is getting 5 PlayStation Plus Essential monthly games, including LEGO Horizons Adventures. When you have a Lego-fied version of a game that already exists, it just creates this weird situation where not only would you have wanted to play the original version of the game, you also potentially want to have played the original version of the game and any of its sequels a long time ago. Like, generally speaking, the Lego games of past have been popular because they touched on a subject like Batman that didn't really cover or remake any other Batman games that had come out before, or they touch on a movie like Star Wars decades after the Star Wars movies are out. So there's plenty of time to nostalgically want to do a Lego version of it, and introduce your kids potentially to a Lego version of it. If a parent had played Horizon when it came out 4 or 5 years ago, whenever it did come out, maybe they'd want their kids to play the Lego Horizon, but I don't really know if there's much of a difference there. Why not just have them play the original game? I don't think there's anything particularly offensive in the original version of the game. If anything, it feels like Lego Horizon Adventures was a attempt at a way to just resell Horizon, or experiment on what you could make Lego games in the future. This one's not really giving me much as far as a game, but I'm going to be generous and still put it on the follow list. Yeah, here is Komatsu saying the same thing as far as the PlayStation Plus monthly lineup. Yeah. And this out of order issue, I definitely think will be fixed once I have them automatically open their own tabs. But maybe not. Maybe not. I'm not 100% sure how it's going to work, whether it's going to be a daisy chain of events or whether it's going to be a single page that's controlling everything. It's probably going to be a daisy chain of events if I was to guess. And we'll see how that goes. Let's see, Death Stranding 2 looks to be set for a PC release, hopefully sometime soon. And I guess I'll leave that Gaming on Linux article as it is. Nintendo is going to acquire the Splatoon 3 co-developer Bandai Namco Studios Singapore. Studio is going to be rebranded as Nintendo Studios Singapore. Which, okay. I definitely think Nintendo probably should have more in-house studios actually developing games instead of having the second-party studios that don't get credited. It also previously had worked on Ace Combat and Tekken games. And this probably feels to me like it's a case where the Bandai Namco is divesting in general in video games, particularly video games that aren't based on Bandai Namco anime spin-off characters or characters in general. I definitely think Nintendo should do more with Splatoon, and this is one way in which they can. Nintendo very likely will have them become the Splatoon developers going forward. Which, in fairness, yeah, Smash Brothers as a game is going to struggle to find reasons to release new versions. The most recent Mario Kart World struggled to keep people's attention. That's two series that are potentially in jeopardy because they've plateaued, and it highlights that there was a lack of experimentation and investment. It will take an extremely long time and probably never happen to 100% completion, but there definitely seems like there's a future where all the re-releases have happened and Nintendo has no old games to lean on, and all the current series have struggled to find sequels. Even the Pikmin series has struggled to find series. Metroid should definitely have a lot more games out by now, and they've taken too long to develop those. And development time does seem like it's just taking way too long. But Splatoon was basically the last big breakout hit of anything new for Nintendo, and so they need a new game like Splatoon but different. They need to probably chase trends a little bit more like Splatoon did. Splatoon was definitely late to the party, but the concept of an online player versus player game was something that Nintendo was willfully ignoring, and being able to turn it into a kid-friendly game with that Nintendo style was quite the achievement. But yeah, if Nintendo was really on the ball, there would be some kind of Mario Balatro type game. There would be some kind of Zelda Vampire Survivors type game out right now. There would be maybe a military first-person shooter of some sort that was a little bit more extraction shootery compared to Splatoon. You could probably see Splatoon having a spin-off that's an extraction shooter, whereas Splatoon has its own variety to it. Obviously more Donkey Kong games, more Mario games, more Zelda games also will be needed to be developed. I did see a slick deals where Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was on sale, I guess if you needed a second copy of that. And I have just been seeing Switch 1 games on sale for like $30, which, yeah, there's perhaps a slight argument. I'm going to say no to this one. Let's see. This is Video Games Chronicle with the same story. Nintendo acquiring Bandai Namco's Singapore studio. Let's see. Yeah. This is more than likely Nintendo also admitting that they just don't have in-house first-party talent to the level that it needs to be. Either they never really had that many people working in-house in the first place, which I suspect is the case, or they are working on extremely proprietary old engines, and so they're having to hire people who are potentially develop on newer engines and be able to actually make games that look like they're developed on newer engines. There is a weirdness of seniority in that a merger versus an acquisition may change things, whereas an acquisition may not change things as much. But certainly in Japanese culture, seniority tends to trump all other things, so someone who is bad at their job, who's been there longer, may be making the decisions more than the person who is possibly good at the job, but been there a little bit less. That is the accusation that is being thrown around Crunchyroll as an anime streaming site, and that all of the people who actually cared were younger and had less seniority, had been there less and had less seniority, and all the people that stayed around are doing a bunch of old things that they were doing before. So Crunchyroll has gotten worse after merger with Funimation, I think is what they merged with. But yeah, the age of piracy around anime may once again return, in that, particularly in the United States and the West, there's just not going to be a good counter argument for it. Although, in fairness, there's still plenty of other streaming services that do have anime, although if most of them are being made by Funimation or Crunchyroll for those streaming services, then it may still be the same problem. And that a big thing about the complaints is that apparently Crunchyroll had a special, more custom subtitling software that was doing really good subtitling. So if there was like a sign in the scene, it was able to put the subtitle over the sign and translate it and give more context. And there was ways to indicate by color or some other way who was speaking at one time if there's multiple people on the scene. And apparently all of that information is getting lost in modern subs at Crunchyroll because they're just using a more limited software to subtitle, which their argument to using the limited software is that it's faster, and that when they were giving the subtitles to other streaming services, the other streaming services weren't embracing the more proprietary format, so all of that information was getting lost. Although, in fairness, if it was a case that the subtitling information was getting lost, then why not just hard burn in and hard sub the streams that you're giving to the other streaming services, at least for in part. Yeah, plenty of other streaming services have a dubbed version and a non-dubbed version of the video, and so then you can't just in the app turn on the subtitles or turn them off. But yeah, for anime in particular, it's probably better to just have it hard dubbed if you want it. I mean, hard subtitled. I don't know why I'm saying dubbed. Dubbed is the audio. I don't know what I'm really even talking about. Man, I've been run ragged this week. It's been kind of a good ragged. I've enjoyed what I've been doing, but it hasn't been that laid back and peacefulness that one might want. Although I don't know if I know what to do with myself if I ever had a few seconds to breathe. Moving on, Furaki 5 for PC is now available in Japan. This is that weird travel / visual novel game. The excellent Yet Another Zombie Survivors is finally Steam Deck verified. This is from Gaming on Linux. Let's see, I need to actually be looking at these pop-up boxes. And we can see this is rated very, very positively. You know, what a zombie survivors game versus a vampire survivors game does have a certain appeal to me. It's in early access though, so I'm going to put it on the fault list, not the wish list. That still takes forever. Also, I can hear my computer really ramping up its fan. I don't know why it's doing that. Let's see, the responsibility lies fully with us. Paradox writes down millions after Bloodline 2 underperforms. The long-awaited sequel has fallen short of sales expectations after a protracted development cycle involving multiple studios. Which, I don't know why you wouldn't throw the multiple previous studios under the bus, but yeah, I don't know if it really even helps anything to do that. Yeah. I don't know how much passing the buck saves you in corporate culture these days, but it still probably works way better inside of a meeting inside of a company than it does in public, whereas I think the public generally doesn't buy into the passing the buck argument much at all, although maybe it does work more than I think it does, since it is still done by a lot of politicians. Although in fairness, I don't know how many people even really care or listen to politicians. Yeah. I definitely am glad I didn't go with the thought at this point that I had, and it was really only a week ago, to curate and close all AI tagged games. That would have left a weird taste in the mouth, where maybe 60 or 70% of all games would just be automatically not shown during these streams. And I just don't think that would have been good. Here is the conversation happening. Epic's Tim Sweeney saying it makes no sense for game stores to flag when AI has been used in development. AI will be involved in nearly all future production, end quote. Epic Games says. So the CEO of the company that makes the Unreal Engine is basically foreshadowing that they plan to have AI directly integrated into the Unreal Engine, and that they are going to force people that even don't want to use AI to use AI at some point. Although arguably this might be more of an opinion that is self-justifying, since I bet they just don't want to improve the Epic Game Store, which the Epic Game Store has been since its major launch completely stagnant as far as I know, and hasn't added any new features or improved. in any way, as far as I know, because I've never really looked at it, so for all I know it's changed drastically. But yeah, it definitely hasn't caught on with being the place where people want to buy games, or the place where developers really want to publish their games. The only reason why anyone would have any reason to go to the Epic Games Store is because it gives away free games, but then there are games on the Epic Games Store that you'll just forget about, or developers might go to it because they want a more constrictive environment where reviews are more controlled and you don't have to disclose AIs. So it's kind of encouraging the worst games to show up on the Epic Games Store instead of the best games. Now, which inherently, if Steam started right now, if a Steam hadn't existed until today, and it had the exact same layout and format and the way it did things, it would struggle more than likely to gain a huge audience. And if it did manage to gain a huge audience, you would just expect it to continuously upgrade and improve things. I think I was going to make a different point there, and then I lost the thought halfway through. Yeah. Brain fog is real. And honestly, this isn't even as bad as I've seen people get brain fog. I've seen people straight up just stop thinking, stop moving, stop talking. Yeah, and one of these days that's probably going to happen for me. I'm going to be in the middle of a stream and I'm just going to stop talking for entire minutes. And just, it's going to be very close to falling asleep. In fact, it might have already happened and I may have just not noticed it. Moving on, Komatsu says Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment version 1.0.2 update is now available. New quest, weapon, battle, sync strikes, and fighting alongside flux constructs. Yeah, there's something here. I don't know what this is that's modifying these characters or controlling these characters. Power Wash Simulator 2 I think is out of early access. Saw someone review it, this game. I think they gave it a pretty positive review. Although in fairness, the review was not particularly the greatest. So, yeah. There is, from the review I heard, perhaps some better reasons why you might want to play Power Wash Simulator 2 over Viscera Cleanup Crew, and that it isn't going to force you to do 100% of all the grime in a level, and that it's more of a laid back and chilled experience for multiple players, and certainly isn't going to be just a bunch of Viscera. Also, there's some zoom out that seems to happen in some of the levels, and that you start small and then it gets bigger. The level expands and gets bigger to better guide people's attention and focus. So yeah. Though I should probably play Power Wash Simulator 1 first. Cleaning with friends on the go, Power Wash Simulator 2 is now Steam Deck verified. Again, that might be a great example of a game that would be good on the Steam Deck. But yeah. There's always still a weirdness here as I'm looking at my phone this time, so That's why I stopped talking that time. There's always still a weirdness of doing jobs in video games instead of just doing jobs overall. The Woot app is giving Pokemon Legends ZA for $47.20, which is a pretty big discount for a first party, well, not technically first party, but for a Nintendo mostly owned product and a Nintendo Switch exclusive. There are speakers I'm seeing on Slick Deals, but the problem with speakers is that even if they're on sale, they're still selling for $1,000+ for a proper, for like a proper surround sound setup. And you're just not going to get cheap speakers unless you're buying really cheap garbage speakers. Slick Deals is giving away a PlayStation 5 in their giveaway. And honestly, that's probably the best Black Friday things I've seen so far, is just Slick Deals giving away these things. Galaxy Smart Tags for $8.25 from Amazon Haul. Can you change the batteries in these? I think you can. I think the Galaxy Smart Tag 2s have the universal wideband on them. I don't think you have to have a Galaxy phone, which I'm about to stop having a Galaxy phone. But that's a pretty good deal of $8.25 for a Galaxy Smart Tag for keys, if one tends to lose their keys, which I actually don't. I'm not sure I've ever lost my keys because I tend not to pull them out of my pocket in the first place, particularly nowadays when cars don't require you to take the keys out of your pocket, if you're not swapping between things too much, swapping between purses and backpacks and things like that. Yeah, if you want to endlessly debate about the economy in the United States, you can't, because the administration has just withheld both the gross domestic product and jobs reports. So one assumes they are not good. No news is bad news when you have these longly established reports that have been put out as a matter of procedure by presidents for probably decades. Yeah, I don't know if this is fully unprecedented, but yeah. That is crazy. Let's see. Still don't care about GameDeveloper.com patch notes, which in particular, I guess that's one thing I could try and work on also avoiding having opened, even though they hide that within the news section anyways. Does this fractured dominion look good enough? Not really, but I'm gonna give it a chance anyways. Let's see. One of the Metroid Prime 4's amiibos unlocks a reward that otherwise requires 100% completion. The Samus, Viola, and Silas amiibo all have different functions. Look how giant this amiibo is compared to the bottom plate that has the NFC tag in it, which at this rate you really could have easily put the NFC tag in the base of this model. I've never really held an amiibo in my hands or even seen one in real life, so I don't know if it is possible that one could non-destructively remove the bottom part and just have a nice little statue. Inherently, there is a nicety to Nintendo selling toy statues of probably not that high quality, and including an NFC tag that can be scanned on there. Although, why have someone have to go pick up the toy and scan it to the video game when they're in the middle of video gaming? You're just kind of admitting that the toys don't have any value on their own and kids don't want to pick them up or play with them, and that at best they want to put them on the shelves. At worst, they don't want the toys at all and they just want the NFC tags, which is why I would recommend getting one of the Alibaba devices that just has all the NFC tags pre-programmed into it, although these newer tags may not be included. But yeah, definitely in this case you could have just put the NFC tag there. And there will be a future where some kind of scanner camera will be included instead of an NFC scanner into a Nintendo device, and you'll just be pointing a camera at a toy, and that will unlock something by pointing the camera at it, or pointing the camera at a picture of the toy, or pointing the camera at QR codes at an event. The problem with putting a camera on a Nintendo device, though, is how do you prevent kids from taking nude selfies of themselves? Nintendo could definitely figure out a way to do that if all the images were being sent to some kind of server and looked at by some kind of large language module auto detection. But Nintendo probably wouldn't want to actually do that anyways. But obviously Nintendo is embracing the camera for the Switch 2 as a third-party device. I think they will probably get to a point where it is just going to be a built-in thing in a couple generations. Moving on, Valve releases small Proton experimental update for Arc Riders Uno and Far Cry. You would have thought that Uno ran perfectly already, but I guess not. You'd think a simpler game like Uno should just run perfectly. One thing that is nice about having all of these games in a roll like this, in random orders or cyclic orders, really. It's not random, although it might be a little out of order, is that I can talk about one subject and then just close a garbage game without actually having to mention it. The Witcher 4 won't be appearing at the Game Awards, CDPR's co-CEO says. We won't be bringing any new content to TGA this year, says Makal Nowankowski. Which, okay. It's probably for the best. In part, this might also be to literally just avoid the audience that they got last year and avoid controversy of last year for their reveal of Witcher 4, with Ciri being such a focus. Inherently, there's been more hate than one would expect for Witcher 4 announcements, this tech demo too. I found fairly unimpressive. Although I will fully admit I'm not 100% sure I know what I want with Witcher 4. But yeah, you've got purists of the books and the established canon from the Witcher series not happy with that first trailer. You've got the tech demo not impressing nerds like me. And then you've got a small group of people that are going to be accused of being sexist for not really feeling it for playing as Ciri, which I don't really agree 100% with that. There obviously are some sexists on the internet, quite a few from what I see, but Ciri's story in particular at the end of Witcher 3 felt like a finalized story and something that didn't really need to continue, and that the trilogy of Witcher 1, 2, and 3 should have been Ciri's story wrapped up. And Witcher 4 should be the clean break, set maybe decades in the future, with a whole new group of Witchers. And they're not willing to do that, apparently. It would be interesting, I suppose, after the reception there, if you killed off Ciri in a new trailer and said, surprise, we've actually got a whole new antagonist or protagonist that you're playing as. Maybe a daughter of Ciri, but I don't know if Ciri can have a daughter, because Witchers are supposed to be sterile. Yeah. So, yeah, there's, even if it was the daughter of Ciri and it just looked like Ciri, then that probably would still be a problem. You know, if you are in Witcher 4, which you effectively are going to in Witcher 4, have to introduce a whole bunch of new characters, it's going to be a period of trying to improve on the storytelling and introducing new characters. It's going to be a whole new series set in the Witcher universe, which should be. Increasingly, I see games like this and I don't even know what it's about. Let's see, Brutal Climb of Echelon. This is a higher jumping game, isn't it? Yeah. It doesn't have nice polish on it as far as a jumping game of random assortment, and artistically it does seem like it's somewhat consistent, where we've seen a lot of the games like Up actually just be a bunch of random stuff. It still doesn't really make me want to play a game like this. This feels like it's slightly evoking Vertigo in me. Yeah. I don't think the word echelon actually means higher. Yeah, I've always heard the phrase upper echelon, which would assume that is higher than a regular echelon, but it would also imply that there's a regular lower echelon that... Yeah, I'd have to look up the definition of the word echelon to really know. Moving on, Gamatsu says Arknight's Infield Beta Test 2 begins November 28th. The PS5 technical test begins December 12th. Let's see. Gaming on Linux says the cleared hot is everything you could want in a modern twin-stick helicopter shooter. Is it a modern twin-stick helicopter shoot? Which... don't recall seeing too many helicopter games ever. There were definitely a few, particularly in the old days. There is, I guess, potentially a different way in which helicopters would fly and control compared to trying to do a twin stick shooter. And I can see how this plays differently than a shoot 'em up game where you're just constantly moving upward in a shoot 'em up here, where in this you are spinning around in circles. Yeah. This feels like a game that may have been made by someone who has a lot of knowledge one way or another about helicopters. I don't know what the big thing on the top is, but if I was to guess, it's either some kind of GPS antenna that gets GPS past the point of the spinning blades, which might interfere with signals, or it's some kind of GPS jammer that would be used in military helicopters. For all I know, it might be a parachute, but if you were going to put a parachute on a helicopter, I don't know if you would put it on the blades part for fear that the blades might break off or be shot off. Well, it's an intriguing game. It is overwhelmingly positive. Came out a while ago. It's early access. November 20th, 2025, already overwhelmingly positive. And I don't know why I clicked that. Didn't need to click that. That is a great example of how perhaps an older game genre could be revitalized, or just how doing something different will feel new, even if it maybe isn't new technically. Let's see, Goober Dash. It's very positively here. It's a dashing game. I'll make a YouTube short on it, but I'm not gonna put it on the wish list or the follow list. Game here. So if I'm going to get to the point where I have AI content warnings here on this bar, the next step is going to be to figure out how do I weigh AI. And I think it will be a fairly nebulous decision where I'll probably use it as the lightest of metrics as to whether I want to put something on the follow list or not. But yeah, I don't think it being the heaviest of metrics, where if it has AI in it, games are immediately rejected, makes sense at the moment, but that would be the right way to do a full boycott. I have 1,500 games on my wish list right now. Most of those are made so long ago that they couldn't possibly have had AI in them, at least by what we're calling AI in modern times. So I could reject buying new games for a very long time and be fine. I have plenty of games to play that I've already purchased that I haven't played. I could reject buying any games for a long time, possibly the rest of my life, and be fine. But I do still have bigger, more AAA games I want to cover, and they would help my channel better than me playing random small games. Let's see. Moving on, Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties details life at Morning Glory, candid damage control. Um, is this the right title, or is this supposed to be At Dark Tides? I think that's maybe that's the joke title of it. Is Yakuza Kiwami 3 At Dark Tides was the original title, and then it changes to In Dark Ties, since Yakuza would have dark ties. Well, being associated with the Yakuza would mean you had dark ties. So you can do chores and hang out with kids at an orphanage. Well, they have the same link here to this game. I'm gonna click this, open that in a new tab. I'm not really sure why the Yakuza games are as popular as they are when you seem to be doing a lot of random stuff. But I guess maybe it's just a highly polished way to play more simplistic minigames. And arguably, I think there is possibly an audience that would love to see all the minigames cut out of a Yakuza series game and instead have them just play the narrative experience. Still very much think that a Cliff's Notes version of here's the logo. That is correct. That's the actual correct name of it. Interesting pun. And over my head, I think. Gaming on Linux says, according to Epic's CEO Tim Sweeney, game stores don't need an AI label as it will be everywhere. Well, let me propose this thought as a counter argument. Asbestos was everywhere, and it really wasn't required to be labeled in many cases when it was everywhere. The only reason we were able to find and remove significant amounts of asbestos being used was because it was sold as a miracle product, as far as being much more fire retardant than what they had before, and so it was promoted heavily. And the significant amount of things that were done to remove asbestos was to really just stop purchasing it and using it in future uses. And also, the heavy amount of class action lawsuits occurred to prevent people and get people to remove asbestos everywhere they could find it. Unfortunately, there's plenty of houses still that have asbestos in it, plenty of things that are still have asbestos in it. So my point there is, yes, there should be a label, just in case we find some future law comes by and outlaws AI, which probably won't happen, but I would be opposed to seeing something like that happen. Let's see, here's Video Games Chronicle saying sales do not match our projections. Paradox writes down 37 million on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines to dev costs. Which, yeah. If only regular people could write down their losses and still end up paying less in taxes. If regular people did their taxes in the United States properly, they probably could list significant amounts of losses that arguably might be investments, but still are losses. Yeah, because inherently your average US citizen does start with 0 on January 1st and end at 0, if not in the negative, by December 31st at the end of the year. They're just barely scraping by. Let's see. Skirmish Mayhem. Is this anything of interest? I don't think it is. I don't know why my computer keeps ramping up and ramping down. Feels like it should just ramp up permanently if it's going to do that. Nintendo is going to acquire Bandai Namco Studios Singapore. It will be renamed Nintendo Studios. This is GameDeveloper.com. We already talked about it. Side effects is rated very positively here. Yeah. I'm going to put this one on the wish list, but I question whether I'd actually ever play it. Even as a meme game out right now, I don't know if you're going to see too many people playing it as far as streamers go. I feel like you're just going to get strikes or get taken down for the fact that they're taking drugs, even if they're pharmaceutical drugs. And censorship is just higher today than it has been in a long while. Speaking of YouTube and censorship, one of my old YouTube shorts got blocked in some countries. It was an AEW game, so it was footage of actual live action wrestlers, or close enough that it looked like footage of live action wrestlers. But that's an interesting thing to see a video that is a YouTube short blocked, considering the YouTube short in question was probably only a minute, and at most could have only been 3 minutes. So, but that is the weird thing about copyright, is that if you use theoretically any significant amount, we don't know what counts as a significant amount of content, all of a thing, all of the derived work is in jeopardy. And so if the YouTube content ID system follows copyright even closely, which it really doesn't, a minute of video footage seems to now be a thing. That was one of the things that I thought YouTube was going to actively not scan for and say, hey, if your YouTube short is a minute and you're showing a minute of a wrestling thing, of a wrestling trailer, that wouldn't be significant enough to really cause a problem. But apparently that's the thing they're doing now. So short forms are not going to save you from content ID copyrights. Inherently, I guess people could try and put 80 minutes of a movie up in 1 minute sections on YouTube Shorts to avoid that happening. Which, yeah, it might be interesting if you took a movie and then probably would double the length if you broke it up into 1 minute shorts, just to see what minute of the movie gets promoted most by the algorithm and seen most by the algorithm. I'm sure similar experimental movie art presentations have happened, but that would also be fairly crazy. Now that you can get shorts up to 3 minutes, it would be much more reasonable to do that. And before you do something like that, you probably would be better off chopping up probably your own movie into different scenes and then releasing the scenes in either a random order or chronological order, and seeing if in between each transition there's better reception or not. You could even see a big movie studio doing something like that, where they get massive amounts of feedback and analytics based on scenes in a movie. And they could do it with like an old movie in particular. But the older the movie goes, the longer the scenes are going to be, until you get to a point where the movies are so old that they only could have 15 to 7 minutes worth of film in the in the camera at a time, so you could only at most get 15 minutes of a scene. When you get to really, really old movies, you will see that scenes just abruptly end or be way shorter. Somebody will walk in a room, say something, and have a short conversation and then walk out, and that'll be the entirety of the scene because they just couldn't film anything more. Let's see. Moving on, we have a Video Games Chronicle article. "It didn't work," is the quote. Destiny 2 director says the Edge of Fate didn't appeal to the players who stayed after the final shape. Although Bungie ended the saga, Tyson Green says Bungie still has many stories to tell. So oh man, sounds like a storm is about to happen. Sounds like a big one. The director too says the game's latest but not last expansion didn't deliver on what players wanted. Yeah, I don't think Destiny 2 is done. I did get confirmation that somebody was going to give me some rain barrels. I don't think I'm going to pull the trigger though and try and tie it into my irrigation system. It would just be purchasing a lot of stuff. Like I need to buy a pump, I need to buy a float valve to fill it in the city water into the rain barrel. I'd probably need more bigger rain barrels than what they're going to be given to me. I also wouldn't be able to really use them to try and save using water in the next 3 months anyways. So I will gratefully accept the rain barrels and probably just leave them out in my shed for one season at least, until I can get around to dealing with them later. This person in particular is also trying to declutter their life and perhaps is better at it than I am, and that they're giving me stuff. It doesn't have anything to do with video games, so yeah, I've never seen the appeal in the Destiny series. It definitely feels like it is not a game for me, and weirdly, it definitely doesn't feel like it is the game that even Halo fans really want these days. Let's see. A game called Go Hell Go Gau Tsukio Toshitiko has been announced for the PS4, Switch, and PC, which I would have to assume this is Gau is like close to girl, and that these are anime girl demons, which is frankly a trope that's pretty common in anime. You have way fewer angels in anime, or anime girls as angels in modern times. And here you have a wide diversity of anime girls as far as hair colors and body shapes. In fairness, if you were to try to have a harem of if you're going to try to have a harem of angel anime girls, it would be less fun. But we can definitely see this as an extremely lewd game, to the point where I'm going to stop this trailer at this point. I've never run into that issue where the trailer is getting particularly lewd. They tend to try to hold back a little bit. But yeah, I think we can figure out what this is that it is going to be extremely lewd. Probably a visual novel game. Let's see if we can scroll down here and see. No, it's an RPG game. So, in the cutscenes, which you may not get that many, you know where this is going, which I knew it was going to probably go somewhat in the lewd direction, but I didn't think it was going to go that extreme, particularly in the opening movie. Although, it might very well also be a bait and switch thing where you end up spending hundreds of hours in an RPG game grinding, and that is you get maybe a dozen images at most. Night Dive Studio presents a blood refresh supply deep dive in a new video. How long is this video gonna be? 38 minutes. Yeah. This is Night Dive embracing the talking to the screen deep dives. Yep. Not gonna sit here and watch them talk to the screen for a ton of time. Frequent violence, gore, and depictions of alcohol consumption. Yeah. I don't feel like people care too much about alcohol consumption. So Blood Refreshed Supply is, I think, a remake of an old Doom clone, for lack of a better term for me to use. Which has a genre. These first-person shooter Doom type games were so played out and so popular. It's no surprise that we stopped seeing people make these types of games. Although, in fairness, these types of games really just evolved into modern first-person shooters and military first-person shooters. But in that evolution, you lost some of the arcadey feeling to the experience. You had less arenas and less massive amounts of people, less of a focus exclusively on shooting, more of a focus on visuals, more of a focus on telling a little bit more story, more of a focus of having larger levels. That probably was one of the worst things that could have happened. You get away from tight, controllable, manageable levels into huge levels that are linear. It's just a very different experience. Yeah. It feels almost like a completely different experience to play the first level of Doom, and I imagine the first level of Halo Combat Evolved. Let's see. Violence, gore, and general mature content for this game. Yeah. I don't think there's quite enough polish here. That. Kimetsu has the Sega Football Club Champions 2026 launching January 22nd, 2026. Okay, I will leave it at that. Where winds meet, dev plans improve Steam Deck support, which just feels like this is the second Gaming on Linux article we've seen in the week that has somebody claiming more Steam Deck support is going to be improved. But yeah, I heard someone say that they heard from someone else that as a game developer they had been asked about Steam Deck support way more in the past year than they had been asked in the past 10 years, even though they knew people who were all into Linux. And inherently that does feel like there's a truth to that, in that the older generations of Linux fans tended not to be interested in gaming on Linux until the Steam Deck really came out. Yeah. And it does show how having a massive amount of money and a lot of programmers, an organization can change the tide as far as where Linux development was going. Inherently, if Microsoft decided that their next Windows was going to be a Linux distribution, then you'd see massive improvements on software support on at least the Windows version of Linux. Yeah. This is a this game looks like it's all over the place. It definitely seems like there's just a lot of weirdness. What's weird about this trailer, as I'm watching it here, is it feels like there might be a really epic adventure experience here, but the whole beginning of the trailer is just highlighting all the distractions and side things and things that you really don't expect to see in that type of game. So it does leave me with this weird situation where I'm uncertain as to what it really is, and like now looking can see that it is an online PvP MMO type game, I think, even though it says it's single player. Open action adventure RPG. That's what it says. It's very positive, but it's free to play with in-app purchases. Yeah, I just don't think that let's just leave out the MMO aspect. I just don't think a free-to-play game like this is not going to be monetized up the wazoo. So even though it's very positively reviewed, it's not something I think I would play. Plus, it also gives me the excuse that since it's free to play, or free to start at least, there's no reason for me to really review it when I can just say, check it out yourself. You can try easily. Now here's a great example. I've had all of these pop-ups as far as mature contents, and here we have something that probably has AI art in it if I was to guess, and definitely has lewd art images that you're trying to unlock. Yeah. Generally looks like a very basic card game, not worth playing, and a very basic interface, not worth looking at. In contrast, this game Huntsman looks way better polished, and yet it's mixed reviewed already, perhaps just because it is giant spiders. Yeah, maybe that creeps out enough people that they'd actually review it negatively. I don't think so, though. I don't think gamers would be that trolly or weird that they would review something negatively just because it's full of that giant spiders. Let's see, Famitsu sales from the 17th to the 23rd have been updated. We've been seeing for the past couple weeks more PlayStation games in the top 30, but overall we still are seeing huge amounts of Nintendo Switch games selling in Japan. Kirby Air Riders came out with less fanfare than I thought it would be. I half want to see somebody actually play it just to make sure I understand what it is, and that it's kind of like a Mario Kart game, but somehow slightly different. But yeah, you've got like Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl in the 30th spot, and Ghost of Yoti in the 25th spot, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 in the 16th spot. And do we have any other PlayStation 5 games in this list? No. And if anything, this speaks volumes as to... Oh, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 is in the 19th spot. But yeah, it speaks volumes as to why why you shouldn't buy a PlayStation 5. In that there's just a almost non-existent fandom these days of PlayStation gaming, in particular in Japan, which Sony, being a Japanese company, is going to be way more interested in its sales in Japan than outside of Japan. I wouldn't be surprised if we just don't see a PlayStation 6, or if we see a shift heavily away from PlayStation being a PlayStation and then going to some other kind of branding, which number 6 would be a decent one to also skip and just say, hey, let's make something that's like a console, but we also sell it to do several other things, and isn't just about the gaming aspect. But also Sony loves to sell hardware and has a huge hardware division, so that may force them to make a PlayStation 6, or they may just really want to still compete with Nintendo. De facto wise, if PlayStation pulls out, it would be a monopoly as far as console gaming is concerned in Japan, as there are basically no hardware sales and definitely no software sales really happening. I don't know if I've ever seen an Xbox game listed in the top 30 of the Famitsu sales in Japan. So yeah, that would be a huge monopoly for Nintendo, unless some new company came in, at which point it would be kind of pointless to even look at the sales numbers, because then I'd have to actually remember what is selling per week and to see if there is a bigger number or lesser number of sales per week. I imagine Kirby Air Riders is also selling fairly well because there's just not that much other things available for the Switch too. Let's see. Moving on. Let's see. Gaming Online says itch.io is hosting a Creator Day today where they take no fees from developers. On top of doing their own Black Friday sale, the indie store has its Creator Day today as well, where they take no cut from developers. It's a nice chance to support a smaller store that does a fair amount of good for indies, along with supporting indies directly. What is itch.io's stance on censorship? I imagine it's still pretty much the same. As far as I understand it, if you're trying to put out something more adult in nature, you're putting it on DL site or your own website, not itch.io. Of course, immediately Gaming Online points to Microsoft's own Double Fine games, which is definitely not indies, never have been indies in their existence. And let's see if I recognize any other non-indie games. I recognize all these games, but I can't tell you for certain. So yeah, they definitely are going for affiliate link type links here by highlighting games that are big and fairly well known, instead of trying to pick some random small things, which that's what I mostly think of when I think of itch.io, is random small games. Let's see. Here you have a hugely long title. I will never fall for my tsundere classmate, so I will just date a background character instead. again, might be AI, or it might just be really low effort animation. A free visual novel. It's in English only. Not anything here that looks particularly interesting to me. And it's doing that light novel joke in Japanese where they'll have longer and longer titles that then get abbreviated by the letters of the titles in Japanese. But the letters here in English don't spell out anything. So the abbreviation would not make sense. And it makes a lot more sense in Japanese when they abbreviate it, because the first character in a long title could be abbreviated for each word into a new word that would mean something else in Japanese, whereas it's less likely for that to happen in English. The roguelike strategy and word crafting fusion Beyond Words has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. This is a Gematsu article. I think we already looked at this game. No? Yeah, we did. One of the things specifically about Gematsu is I have a text replacer, particularly for the headlines here. So it makes it just a shorter headline. If it says like Xbox Series and Xbox One, which I haven't seen it actually mention Xbox One releases, I think we're pretty well done with anything coming out for the Xbox One. And weirdly, this is coming out for the Switch One and not the Switch 2. But yeah, if it said PS4 or PS5, it would shorten that too. That being said, I haven't seen anything for the PS4 and PS5. And so I'm moving the extension I was using to replace that text also to Violent Monkey. But in that code, I need to actually work on improving it so it only is looking at this element here. Whereas right now I have it looking at all of the elements on the page, which is not very optimized. But it is fairly optimized in that it is only looking at this domain to do those word replacements. But I have another one that is slowing down things, I think, quite a bit, where it is looking for things like my email and private information on all the elements and trying to filter those out one way or another. And I need to do some optimization on that code. Yeah, definitely seems clear that over the weekend I probably am going to end up just doing a lot of coding still. So I'm in that programming mood once again. Let's see, you can save on 2K games like XCOM, Risk of Rain Returns, and Rollerdrome in a new Green Man gaming bundle. Okay. I think Lego 2K Drive wasn't received particularly well. Game I might have said yes to, but it didn't have AI and looked a lot better, mostly if it looked a lot better. We have a different kind of RPG Maker game where it looks like they've made the characters taller and gone more from maybe the 16-bit pixel art style. Again, though, the polish doesn't look good enough for me to really care about it. And unfortunately for this game, that's a great example of where I think you need to probably invest a lot into buying pre-made assets or hiring an artist who can do a little bit better instead of relying on your own art talent. Or if you feel you are the artist, maybe you just need to improve quite a bit, because yeah, I'm trying in my mind right now to justify saying yes to this, but this thumbnail just looks awful. The interface on the game doesn't actually even look that bad, but the sprites do. Yeah. And part of the problem certainly is also just RPG as a genre often demands way too much time, so I'm less likely personally to want to play an RPG game, particularly if it's not something huge like a Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy game. Moving on, Gamatsu says the ninth Charnel launches January 30th, 2026. Charnel, I don't know what the word charnel means. It looks like it is some kind of horror game, if I was to guess. It's got an Xbox announcement around it. Of course, once again, I look around here and then immediately start looking at my phone. Okay, this looks like a fairly highly polished horror game, visually going. It does feel like there is a danger here of the level of visual polish being so high in horror games that the small indie horror game really just cannot be made anymore. That is perhaps a legacy that Outlast might actually instill. Yeah, that definitely sounds pretty horrific. Here's an interesting slick deals. There's a 205-gallon Cell-U Spa Monterey Airjet outdoor inflatable square hot tub with pump. $249. You basically dump it when you're done using it. It's sold by Walmart. I mean, it's an interesting thought if you wanted a hot tub, but then you didn't also want to constantly have to deal with the bleaching and the maintaining of a hot tub. One almost assumes that the pump is inflating it and cycling the water and heating the water all at once. Apparently there's a Wi-Fi version. I don't know what the Wi-Fi would do. Alright, so here's a set of speakers. That's not too bad. At Adorama, just go to slickdeals.net. JMO speakers, never heard of that company. Comes in two colors. In a bundle here that gives you what looks like a 7.1 setup. A kind of unique factor. It looks like the center speaker, though, is going to be your left and right, so you're not going to have a lot of separation between the center speaker. And then there's a couple bookshelves and a couple floor standing ones. So kind of weird style in that there's several different speakers here. Includes the subwoofer for $500. That's not a terrible deal for speakers. Although, again, I can't attest to quality. It might be actual garbage quality. But yeah, we really are not seeing much as far as the Black Friday deals. One of the things I guess to think about as far as an inflatable hot tub though is, wouldn't you fall over it all the time? And just not having rigid rails, so you'd have to basically stand up on it, or stand up in it, which is probably fine, but then you might very well need a specific grassy place to have it, which, yeah, or a deck to put it on, with no nails on the deck to pop it, and nothing sharp, no splinters. But yeah, then when you tried to step in it and step out of it, I think there would just be a lot of times where the side walls would squish in. It almost feels more like a giant inflatable bathtub than a spa, but even then it still has that side rails issue of a lack of rigidity. Yep. I'm just rambling here about sales. I definitely did think about just making Black Fridays, if I'm streaming on those days, all about Black Friday, and I'm glad I didn't do that. And frankly, there wouldn't have been anywhere near enough content. If there was an actual Steam sale going on right now, then sure, I could see distracting myself by shopping for games instead of shopping for other things. But it didn't play out that way, and even then, in the past when I've thought about doing that or I've looked at games on sales, it's often me just spending too much time shopping and not enough time making actual interesting content, even to whatever average level I make interesting content, which may not be that high in the first place. I'm going to give this a follow. I don't expect this to actually be anything. This has a high level polish feel to it, even though it's a tower defense game. Let's see. That looks like a horror game. I always wonder about saying horror, whether I'm pronouncing it well enough that it doesn't just come off as sounding like I'm saying whore, W-H-O-R-E. It's weird how some words with almost completely different meanings sound similar. Drug Empire. It's interesting how we're seeing these drug games start to become more common, and weirdly no real pushback on that. I think the world of haters has probably moved on from hating on drugs or caring about that at all. Yeah. In favor of hating on other people or other things. Sadly, mostly I think it is people that get hated on more than anything. Part of the part there I assume is that the arguments that drugs are a thing only done by name your minority here have fallen apart. And so there is that issue of racism can't be directly connected to specific race. Right, so we got two games here that have weird titles. One says, this developer describes content like this: extreme realism some users may find disturbing. that game is recorded body cam. Which this looks like a different recorded body cam game than what we've seen before. And then the other game is all in an Asian, looks like Japanese language, and has a warning, but the warning is in Japanese too. As far as I can tell, I can't tell much of anything from it. The screenshots are minimal. You're seeing anime girls and guys, and they seem to be hanging out in a theater, bowling, and taking fighting stances as if they're punching. Yeah, I think that's probably what this is. Let me just show it, since there's nothing here. I think this literally is a game where they're going to a punching machine and punching. Then there's also this bowling. You can see it's all low polygon and pretty ugly, and everything here is not in English at all. And here's your mature content warning. So yeah, never have I seen a Steam page actually available to be seen in the Western world give such poor amounts of information. I suppose I could try and translate the page, but I think I turned off that extension. That was just another extension that I used so rarely that I don't think it really was worth sitting around. Translate selection to English. Do that. Translate full page. There we go. A game to make a bad girlfriend know with a fist if you are around your boyfriend. A romantic fighting action game that makes you understand a bad female friend if you are around your boyfriend. You can't understand the language. They can only understand with their fists. So it seems like it's girls fighting over a guy. So let's see. Basic hands, bat in drinking, smoking, and combat scenes. I think hands bat here is probably the wrong translated word. Yeah. So that's nothing as far as the game goes. But I do now know I can still translate things. Which maybe that's built into Firefox, or maybe I still have some extension to go to remove. Let's see. Primeval Genesis. Give that a chance. You may have hit the point where, with the news stories all mixed together, we are now just looking at Steam games. You have a longer explanation of AI use. This is one of those cases where things are just like way too bright. I'll give it a chance, but I think they need to adjust brightness levels a little bit. As far as you need to have contrast when you have bright things. It's not a problem to have bright things, but you really just can't have super bright brown in the background and super bright just about the same color of brown. There's a lack of shadows obviously happening here, and it would definitely help if the grass in the background was a little darker so the main character stood out more. course, here's your exact opposite problem that we see way more often, and that it's way too dark. Again, just a lack of luminosity contrast there, which might be redundant to say luminosity contrast. Dancing Divas. Here's a different kind of Western art style that might still play. Yeah. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a few more games animated like that. Not sure if this really is anything. Not sure if these are supposed to be drag queens. I don't think they are. But yeah, I'll give that a chance. For a brief time there, we're seeing several B games in a row. This is a pretty bad example of those. We have another Mahjong Japanese only game, which I probably should put that up at the bottom too. Here, if we're going to get an AI warning, we might as well have a no English warning. That's another thing that I have failed with in the past, is to realize that a game doesn't support English and then ended up putting here. You can hear that storm is rumbling again. It would encourage me to move faster, but I don't think I could move faster through this if I want. If the power goes out and the internet goes out, then so be it. Apologies, I guess. That's all I can say. Biathlon. It's probably nothing, but I'll give it a chance. As another thing I thought about getting is a smaller UPS for my Wi-Fi router and all of that. You get into a weird point there, though. I want to be able to power off and cycle those devices, but if I put a UPS in it, I can't really do that without putting some kind of smart switch in front of the UPS supply, and I guess that's the way you do that. I did look to see if maybe Tuya had a category of UPSs, and they probably have a category. They have a lot of categories for devices that just either were made once and then nobody made any competitors to it, or never really been made. But yeah, I don't have any smart UPSs. And weirdly, I do have a UPS if I could just get it in the right place for my internet. I also suspect that if the power goes out anywhere near me, the internet will go out regardless of whether I have it on a UPS or not. But you know, it might not be the worst idea to keep it powered up anyways, for as much trouble as it has going through the reboot cycle. Let's see. Suicide by ritual is a main character upon defeat. We don't get too much of that as a description. I think I'm gonna say no to that one now. Just suicide. It's gonna get demonetization dangers. 1 to 4 co-op versus 1 game. This looks nicely polished. I'm glad we're seeing less games that require multiplayer overall. It definitely felt like a few years ago that every single game was going to require AI. Here's a very striking art style that almost certainly is stealing directly from some manga. And I don't even know if this isn't a case where the AI is not even non-existent. Which, yeah, it would be increasingly easy these days to steal and plagiarize someone's art and then claim that it was AI generated instead of you just straight up stealing somebody else's art. more of this very sharp black and white and shades of gray art style should occur. That being said, it doesn't, I think, sell as well. This is an art style particularly designed to highlight blood, and that's why it's called Spaces Red, and you can see blood is going to be a big factor there. Yeah. Of course, it is also very weird for a visual novel to have AI, because that's such a significant part of the game. I could see myself developing that ruling that if visual novels in particular have AI in it, I'm going to say no to them. Would be a fairly reasonable argument to make. Moving on from that. Little heroes. Let's see. Huge wall of text. We haven't seen a ton of this, where there's a ton of mature content descriptions happening. But that does go to show that the JavaScript I'm injecting to make the pop-ups happen can handle that perfectly fine. I can hear it started raining outside, and I'm wondering if my outdoor sensor, which I haven't even checked the battery on, it was struggling certainly when it was raining all day, one day, to maintain its battery. It hasn't had a sunny day since I've installed it. Yeah. I don't think my outdoor soil sample sensor can detect when it's actually raining as well as it should. It can certainly detect, though, when the moisture level goes up, which it does through electrical conductivity. So it does that much fairly well. So like right now it says it's at 460 microsiemens per centimeter as far as electrical conductivity, which is a weird metric, and 28% on moisture. That's what it says right now. It's going to update probably in a few minutes, because it doesn't update that often, and say a lot more now that I can hear it. It's violently raining outside, which, by the way, my DVD of The Wizard got delivered, so I'm hoping that'll be safe and not rained on, although it's wrapped in plastic, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Not for all ages. Here's the danger here. Also, by the way, I haven't fixed the game title or the logo. I'm going to add all of that to this too. But yeah, plenty of games that could say general mature content and then be not really something I want to highlight. This game is called The Shimmering Horizon of Cursed Blacksmith, and while it looks fairly polished as a RPG Maker type game, the anime girls are big boobed, and there is a little bit of skin showing in the belly and cleavage. So yeah, it definitely has that lewd feel at the very least. Minor AI generated in a game like this is ridiculous. Boy, does it immediately get cold when it starts raining. I finally got my fans to work the way I want them to, in my bedroom at least. I need to still fix the fan in my kitchen and dining room. When the air conditioner comes on, now I'm gonna potentially have them slow down air circulation when it starts raining, because yeah, there's just like an instant feel, which definitely tells me there isn't that much insulation in my house. It's an older house. Yeah, it definitely does not resist that instant drop as soon as humidity starts to change outside. And I can definitely feel that it feels different just based on what is outside. Yeah. This looks like nothing. This looks like nothing. I'd like to take a break, but I'd also like to rush through this. This is always weird when you're saying they're using AI to create the marketing assets. I mean, you literally, a game like this just does not belong on Steam, in my opinion, if you cannot or will not pay an artist to make a thumbnail for you. I mean, your game just doesn't believe that belong on Steam at that point. And yeah, Steam is in a weird position also where it might logically make more sense to say you must pay more if you have AI in your game, but then that would just encourage more people to lie about not having AI in their game. General mature content, again, just means nothing. In this case, it definitely looks like a horror game. Spooky game. Maybe I should just start saying spooky. That comes off a little too childish, I think. I don't even know what that description means. I thankfully don't really need to know what it means because the game looks terrible. And we still see a decent amount of good stuff. Here's something that definitely should not have AI in it at all. I don't think it really supports English from the looks of it. We continuously are seeing more of these Chinese games. They feel like they're always Chinese games of full motion videos. I'm not sure if it is still the case, but I know a while ago at least porn was illegal, or at least severely censored in China, so you would get a decent amount of more what they would call gravure products, where it's intentionally pretty ladies in somewhat provocative depictions, but not that provocative, really. This game is overwhelmingly positive, so it is hitting its target audience, I would say. That is something to definitely be considered. It's not like there isn't an audience out there. No. Today's a great day to remind me to just buy the seat cushion. Buy it, and then the next problem will be dealing with the amount of noise it makes. And then probably also figuring out a way to turn it on or turn it off in a remote manner. I do have a couple of seat pressure things that I was gonna try, see how that worked. That's a project I won't get around to anytime soon though. In hospitals, they will have people sit up in chairs and they'll sit on this resistor that is the same resistor as inside of the cars, and where you get the seatbelt notifications. If someone is sitting on it, then it knows somebody's sitting and they're over a certain weight, so that they send a certain resistance change. They're basically stress gauges. Not particularly cheap either, but particularly in the hospitals, these pads are not allowed to be reused, and so they get tossed. And so over the years I've collected a couple of those, and I'm just gonna wire them up to simple devices and see if a simple device could get the signal and send the signal, but more than likely it will be more of a case that you would need to directly program something to read the resistance. Yeah, you don't tend to get resistance. Here we have another Stardew Valley type game. I'd have to think that that would have been AI. And yeah, because of all the things being out of order, that was the last game. And since I streamed for 4 hours and 20 minutes, that feels like we saw everything there was to see and didn't miss anything. So, yeah, there is, I suppose, nothing left to say, and just more shopping to be done. I am, so far, mostly shopping and not actually spending. Mostly browsing is what I guess that would be called. Anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching.